call the meeting to order. Let's stand for the pledge, please. The flag's over there, the north corner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll have attendance now, please.
Yep, President Schaefer,
Here.
Vice President Dr. Reese,
Present.
Secretary Summers here, Treasurer Hanser,
Present.
and Trustee McDonough,
Here.
Trustee Schultz,
Here.
and Trustee Whitney. Here. All present.
Okay. Changes to the board agenda, there are none. Scheduled public comment for agenda items only. We received one request by Marissa Prince, so I'd like to invite you up to talk now. You'll have your 3 minutes, just like the unscheduled. You'll have to use the table.
Do you want me to sit then?
Sure.
Well, it's
Whatever you're more comfortable with.
okay. So I wanted to start by thanking Dr. Markovich for carrying us through to this superintendent search that'll begin tonight by choosing a search firm, and express my optimism for the future of the district, because I feel that our wonderful students and staff will persist in their growth and learning, sort of independent of who our superintendent ends up being. But of course, we need a qualified, strong superintendent. So I listed a few questions that I would expect to see asked of these three firms. Number one, have you read the guidepost report, the recent guidepost report? And what are the key takeaways for you as it relates to this search? Number two, do you have experience finding a new leader for a district recovering from a crisis? And if so, please describe it. Number three, we have a former board president and treasurer who resigned and have been outspoken that administration lied to them, and they were threatened by lawyers that exposing the truth would bankrupt our district. Do you plan to be honest with candidates that you are recruiting about this shameful history here? Number four, please describe your plans to engage students, staff, parents, and the community in this process, and ensure that the board will not once again choose someone who is unfortunately unable to endure the challenges of this position due to their proximity to the awful events that happened here. And number five, are you familiar with the district's 3-year plan? And are you prepared to have candidates propose any changes to it? So those are just my suggestions of things that I think are important as we interview these three firms tonight. And I encourage you to choose the very best firm, even if they're the most expensive, because I think this is super important for us and our children and our staff moving forward in the next few years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. Moving right into the superintendent search firm interviews. So our first one is with MLI, the Michigan Leadership Institute. Do we just set a timer or just? Yep, you just introduce. Okay. John, you want to come on up or introduce yourself or? Sure, yep.
Good evening. I'm John Silveri, and I'm representing the Michigan Leadership Institute. This is my colleague Tim Stein, and we will kind of introduce one another just briefly, give a little bit of background. So, both longtime educators. I've done just about everything in a school district over the course of years: teacher, counselor, principal, central administrator, superintendent in 2 separate districts, Marysville Schools in St. Clair County, relatively small district, and the Waterford School District here in Oakland County, pretty large district. Since retirement, which is kind of a semi-retirement, I have not only been working for the Michigan Leadership Institute, I've taken on numerous interim roles during that time too, which include being the interim superintendent in Birmingham schools, and I am currently serving as the interim superintendent in the Rochester schools as well. So I will be doing double duty if I'm fortunate enough to be granted the opportunity to assist you, but as part of the reason that we're working together on this, because any conflicts that I may have will be mitigated by Tim's involvement.
Good evening. My name's Tim Stein. I'm the regional president from central portion of the state. If you would draw a line from Lansing to Saginaw and then across to the thumb, you'd see my region. Have done everything very similar to John. I began my career as a teacher in the Fenton district, and early on became a principal in the Grand Blanc district. My wife and I lived in Flushing and raising our children, and the opportunity arose in Flushing to become a principal. And from that principalship, I became assistant superintendent, and then the last 10 years of my 33-year career, I was superintendent in the Flushing Community Schools. So, you know, when I got the call from John, you know, asking if I could provide some support on this worthwhile task, I gladly accepted and will be very willing to participate in the process.
All right, so as I dive into our PowerPoint presentation, I'll just add that I have been with MLI since 2015. I've been involved in over 30 searches with districts throughout Southeast Michigan during that time, and have had some experience with Oxford schools and would welcome the opportunity to come back and assist further. So, sample search steps and timeline. We look at this generally as being about a 14-week process. What we would do is come in with a draft timeline for you, and we would work with the board, so we would modify it to meet your needs. If there was a need to go a little bit more quickly, we could modify to do that. If you wanted to go a little bit more slowly, we could do that as well, but ballpark, generally, this is what it's going to look like. We start with a meeting with the board just to review the process overall, set parameters, come to agreement on some basic steps that we're going to be taking together. Weeks 2 to 3, we meet with stakeholder groups. We do this 2 different ways. We want to gather feedback from stakeholder groups to help form primarily the candidate profile. What are the key characteristics that you're looking for in your next superintendent? We can do that and typically do that in 2 different ways. One through a survey where we give anybody who would like to the opportunity to respond electronically. But we also like to be on site and have opportunities to meet with folks too and take their feedback face to face. We put all those results together and look at the most common responses to then form that candidate profile, which ultimately, though, the board has final say on. And once that's put together and that's cobbled together as part of the position announcement that we're going to post, we would share that with the board. You would have the opportunity to provide us feedback on that before we were to go ahead and post. So that process is going to take roughly a couple of weeks. Once we're ready to post that position, we're looking at about a 4 to 8 week timeline there. We post that on numerous professional sites throughout the state of Michigan, and there's a national reach too. There is an additional charge that we'll get to if you want to specifically post on national sites. That is simply to cover the cost of what it costs us to post. It's not a profit-making venture for us, but it's just to enable us to do that for you. Our experience is, though, that we do typically attract some out-of-state candidates just by the posting that we naturally do. During the time the applications are coming in, we're reviewing those as they come. We have the opportunity to follow up and ask questions of the candidates, start doing a little bit of background research on them as well. So you don't see those due to confidentiality, but we do, and so we stay on top of that. During that time, we also are doing recruitment. That's especially important these days because, quite honestly, the candidate pools for superintendencies are not as deep as they once were. So it takes a little bit more work on our part. We've got to be really proactive in that way. Part of that job, too, is not just to reach out to anybody to try to get anybody or anyone to apply. We know the district. We get to know the district that much better through the first part of this process, and so the people that we reach out to are those that we feel like have the requisite skills and experiences that they may well meet your candidate profile, and that they could be potentially a really good fit for Oxford schools. So, weeks 9 to 11, we would come together with the board. The one time in the process that we go into closed session and do anything out of the public eye, the only time, is when we present the applicants to you. Candidates on the applications can check a box to indicate that they would like their application to stay confidential, and virtually everyone does so. 99.9% of the candidates, I think, check that box. So, per the Open Meetings Act, that permits you to meet and review those applications in closed session to preserve the candidate's confidentiality. We don't hold any of those back. You're going to see anybody and everybody who applies. We try to help you along the way. We don't tell you who to choose to interview, but we do break the candidates down into categories to try to make it a little bit more efficient for you. We have a top tier of candidates who we think closely match your candidate profile and have the most relevant experience. The second tier of candidates are those that do meet the qualifications and have some experiences that are relevant as well. Maybe not to the level of the first tier, but still people that you may want to consider. The third tier are those that are either unqualified or that we think that there may be reasons that there's cause for concern. But even having said that, you're going to see all of them, and you have the opportunity to choose any of those candidates, any of the applicants that you would like to interview. But you don't do that in closed session. In closed session, you cannot deliberate, so you're going to come back out into open. I won't get into too much detail, but you do it in a way that still preserves the candidate confidentiality until you have identified specifically, here are the candidates that we're going to interview. Then we announce those names publicly, and we talk further on that night about what comes next. Specifically, in particular, we're focusing then on first-round interviews and preparing for that. So, we then actually start pretty quickly the candidate interviews. Once we have that meeting, normally we're fairly soon thereafter, within a week or so, we're bringing the candidates in and starting those interviews. Interviews are all public, and we do provide an opportunity for members of the community who are watching the interviews to provide feedback for your benefit. You're going to see all of that feedback so that you can get a pulse on what your constituents are thinking about what they're seeing and hearing of these applicants. You're the ones making the decision, and you can't abdicate that responsibility, but it's still important to know how others are seeing these candidates and know what they think, so that as you're making decisions, you can take that into account as you make the big decision. During this time now, we are starting formal reference checks. We cannot do that until after you pick the candidates, again, because they have requested confidentiality. We're doing kind of rough background checks, including simple Google searches, but that's where our networking really comes into play. Frankly, we're very likely going to know quite a few of the candidates who apply here, and we may well have vetted these folks previously. Those that we haven't, though, through our network, we're able to learn some things about them that could be beneficial to you. So when we do go to closed session, I'll backtrack a little bit. We are sharing anything and everything we know about these candidates with you that time. Now that you've picked the candidates, we can go ahead and start the formal reference checks, during which time we not only call the folks that they have listed as references, but we go well beyond that and call people who we think will know these candidates and can share helpful information about them. So you're going to then pick finalists from among those who interview at the beginning. Typically it's 4 to 6 candidates, not always, but almost always it falls within that range. There's not necessarily a minimum or maximum, but that tends to be where it falls. Once you go through first round interviews, ours tend to be a little bit more robust than other firms. We schedule 90 minutes for first round interviews. Because of that, typically we do no more than 2 per night. Because if you get to 3, you're going to be here for a long time, and attention can start to wane a little bit once you get to the 3rd candidate. So our recommendation is that you stick to 2. You can tell us if you want to do otherwise. If you have then 6 candidates, let's say, you're looking at 3 nights of interviews. We recommend, although we'll talk about this, that you don't, on the 3rd night, break and come back and make a decision on finalists. We think it's better that you have the chance to walk away from the table, think about the experience, reflect. You have a chance to go back and review the application materials that you will have in hand that they've submitted. You'll have the opportunity to review additional materials that they are very likely to hand you when they come in for the interview. That'll give you ample opportunity too, if you haven't been able to get through all of them, to look through all of the feedback forms that you've received from your constituents as well, so that you can really think about that decision, come back together the next night, and then we'll go through a process where you're going to make a selection to get down to final candidates. Again, we don't tell you that there has to be a minimum or maximum, but the ideal number of finalists tends to be 2. If you can find 2 from that group, wonderful. Sometimes the question is, what if there's only 1 that we want to advance? Then that's what you do, which doesn't mean you've already selected your superintendent. You finish the process and you still have 2 choices left then. It's either this is the person that we're hiring, or we haven't yet found the right person and we need to keep looking. If you think there are 3 people who are so close that you can't differentiate yet, and you need to get a closer look and you feel like you need to bring 3 back, you can do that. All right, so I want to be clear on that you have that choice. So those folks would come back the following week. They would conduct a second round interview with you, and at that time we also include a presentation on a topic of your choosing. It could be on literally anything. We've seen districts ask candidates to present their 90-day plan of entry. Depending on issues in the district, it may be something that you just feel is highly relevant, where it's an opportunity for you, versus hearing a response to a specific interview question, where typically candidates are giving roughly a 3 to 4 minute response, ballpark. Up to a 20-minute presentation, they can go far more in-depth on a topic. So partially it's about the content, partially it's about their presentation skills, because as you know, for a superintendent, that's critically important as well. So you get a chance to kind of see them in action in that way, and then follow up with additional questions for the candidates. You'll have a lot of input in those interview questions, by the way, for both rounds. We provide a bank of questions for you to choose from. Typically in the first round, boards rely more so on that bank of questions to select questions, but when you get to the second round, based on what you've seen and heard of those candidates, you have the opportunity to get more specific and ask questions that are really more relevant for those particular finalists. And so we'll be looking to you to provide input for those as well. So you'll have that chance for those finalists to conduct those interviews, see the presentation. But during the course of those days, we separate those. You could obviously do 2 interviews on one night, but we normally will separate them and have you do those on 2 separate days, because we have the candidates come into the district earlier in the day, spend time in the district interacting with stakeholders and having those folks have a chance to ask questions. When the question is which stakeholder groups, normally that is typically the same types of groups we're collecting feedback from up front. We want to hear from your parents, we want to hear from your community members, we want to hear from your staff members, even students. Typically we'll focus more so on high school students, and they can be very insightful in terms of what they provide, even up front when we're developing the candidate profile, but also when they have this opportunity then to interact with your finalists. They ask some amazing questions. There are times, honestly, that I think the kids' questions surpass those of the adults, so we like to include them as well. We'll also take some direction from you as we're meeting and talking about the process in terms of particular groups that you would like to include. If beyond those kind of broad groups, there are others that you might want to be sure to have present both at the beginning for the candidate profile and then to interact with the finalists as well. You certainly can provide that kind of guidance to us. We'll work together on that. When those stakeholder groups are meeting with the final candidates, and even up front, we ask board members not to be present. The presence of board members can inhibit people's responses. When we're meeting with other groups too, same with administrators. We would separately meet with administrators to give them an opportunity to provide feedback. We don't have administrators present at the other meetings for the same reason. We want people to just be able to be free to say whatever they need to. But because you're not present for the interactions they have with the finalists, it's really critical now that we get feedback from those participants that we can give back to you. So we're pretty pushy about that at that time. We'll have forms on hand that we're placing in people's hands, or what we've done before too, depending on your preference, we can use a QR code so that the responses come in electronically, which we can share with you that way. Either way, as people walk in, we're placing those things in their hands. If it's a paper form, we're collecting them before they leave and then copying those for each of you. If it's a QR code, obviously, we'll have those responses collected, and again, we'll make sure to give those to you so that you can consider those as you make your decision. So there are opportunities which are essential for the stakeholders in the district to have input in this process, and we do, and I know you do too, strongly encourage people to be highly engaged and to be present and to use their voice to be part of that process and part of that decision making. Although again, I want to come back to, it ultimately is your call, and it's important for you to recognize because you're seeing and hearing information that everybody else is not necessarily, right? And so it's going to be really important that you take feedback into account, but recognize that you need to make this final decision. The other step that we can add, as you see in weeks 12 to 14, board visitation to finalist work sites or a finalist tour of the district with a meet and greet. You're going to help us decide which of those is preferable to you, and as we get further down the road, we can talk in more detail what that looks like, but briefly, a site visit is a subcommittee of the board, no more than 3 of you, would literally go to the work site of each of the finalists, have the opportunity to interact with stakeholders there, and get some direct feedback on what their firsthand experience is with these folks, so that beyond what we're able to find through background checks, reference checks, and what you're able to hear from interviews, you're able to get a firsthand accounting in that way of what the experience has been in the district that they're coming from. If you would prefer not to go that route, the other thing would be to have the candidates come in for a meet and greet where we would provide an opportunity for community members, staff members, whomever, to come in kind of a more broad, large group setting to be able to interact. Where you could be present but not collaborating with one another. You don't want to violate the Open Meetings Act, just to kind of see what that interaction looks like. And then typically with that, we have the candidate come in and have them take on a kind of a guided tour of the district where they can pop into buildings and interact with students and staff members, and those who are able to accompany them can see what those interactions look like and see what you learn from that too. So as we got closer, we would talk about those options, and you would determine which of those makes the most sense. So this slide covers a lot of ground. Before I move on, I want to give you a chance to ask any questions that you might have to this point.
I do. So week 1, given what you know about Oxford, I'm sure you profiled us as well and you'd worked with us in the past. What would you say week 1 would be? What week of the year?
Oh, or what time of year would this take place? All right, so you're going to help us decide that too. That could start, I would suggest, as early as January. I think most typically, I would say February is generally the time when districts are looking to have a superintendent in place by July 1st. I don't think you'd want to wait any later than that, so I would think that likely would take place in January or February. And for that very first meeting, probably the earlier the better, honestly.
You're going to structure the calendar at that meeting.
Yes, you will.
So.
And we'll come in with a draft to help you have something to work from, but then we'll modify that depending on your calendars and any conflicts that may exist in the district and just what your preferences may be.
And then the feedback forms, you had said that you'd give them in paper. There could be an electronic version. So since there's 2 different modalities, because we do have a lot of folks that watch our meetings online that may not be able to attend in person, will you be aggregating that for us, or will we get like 100 just pieces of paper that we have to aggregate ourselves?
The feedback for the candidate profile, we aggregate. We do all of that, right? That falls to us. So what we share with you is the aggregated results in the form of a candidate profile. The comments that you get as a response to the interviews, and people will be able to provide feedback for both first and second round interviews, and the feedback you get from those stakeholder meetings with the finalists, those will come to you just as they are, and in part because there's narrative responses, and you're just going to want to see what people have to say.
That was my next question.
There could be a heck of a lot to go through. So, but we'll ask you too that if, for example, because of that, if it would be simpler, easier for you just to stick to electronic responses, even what we could do for the people who come to the interviews physically or present, is we can hand them a card with a QR code to take them to that, so that all the feedback's coming back in the same way. Okay.
for now.
All right.
Yep, I have one.
Oh, go right ahead.
That's right, just a quick question.
Yep.
You mentioned if we, like, had one candidate and then we chose not to have that candidate. If we have to start this process all over again, is there an additional fee to the district?
No, there's
Okay.
not.
No.
No, it's, go ahead, Tim.
Well, he's going to cover that on one of the coming
I will, but-
slides.
Okay.
But no, there isn't. No, there isn't. I mean, until you find an acceptable candidate, we're going to be here. So,
Right, the job's not finished until you have your next superintendent selected and under contract. Sure.
Anybody else? No? Okay.
All right. So our fee is $8,200 plus direct expenses not to exceed $800. So the total cost of the search would not exceed $9,000. Could be a little bit less depending on what those expenses are. You will find that our fees tend to be a little bit more moderate than you might see from some of the other firms. Sometimes I think the presumption that people may make is, well, if others are charging more, we must get a lot more for the money that we're paying. We're just an organization that serves public education, and we understand, we're all former superintendents in the Michigan Leadership Institute. We understand that funds are limited, and districts and school boards don't have unlimited funding to spend, so we're proud of the fact that we're able to keep the cost at a reasonable rate and an affordable rate for school districts. And so what you see is what you get. The guarantee is if we endorse the candidacy of the selected candidate and that candidate leaves within the first year for any reason other than that candidate's personal health or the health of a family member, we would then go ahead and conduct a follow-up search at no additional fee other than expenses. Going back to, if, like we said, if you reach the end of the search and decide you have not found the right candidate yet, at that point, we would talk about where we go from there and what the next steps would look like. But then we would just work together and we would restart. There are different ways we might approach it at that point, but regardless, we're going to stick with you until we find your next superintendent. So our organization, we do think our logo speaks to who we are and what we are. We develop, deploy, and support outstanding leaders, primarily in public education, but not limited to that. We develop leaders in part by the Superintendent Academy. It's nicknamed the SUPS Academy. We've prepared roughly 800 educational leaders over the years who are potentially aspiring. These are people who are interested in possibly becoming superintendents. Honestly, sometimes they go through our academy and that leads them to decide that this is not right for them, which is probably a good thing. But for many of the folks who participate, they are interested, and it gives them the opportunity to understand what the job entails, what they're going to need to do to be a successful superintendent, and even speaks to the process of going about applying, where we really emphasize too, by the way, that fit is critical, and that they should not be applying just to any district because they want to be a superintendent. They should do their homework and know that the place they're applying to is a district that they think there's going to be a close fit in terms of what they bring to the table. That's really critical. But it gives us a group of candidates that we can kind of go to that we've come to know through the SUPS Academy as a potential pool of candidates to reach out to when we're in recruitment mode. It is interesting to note that nearly 25% of the current superintendents in Michigan are graduates of our SUPS Academy. Diverse group of candidates in our SUPS Academy, and we do follow up not only from searches but just in general. We provide coaching to leaders of all kinds, not only superintendents, but we've coached central administrators, building principals, you name it. But that's one of the services that we provide as well, and we're always happy to share our expertise with those folks. So in terms of deployment, as we talked about, we recruit and consult with prospective candidates, work with you in terms of finding that best fit, which is really critical. We lead you through the process. What we typically say is we'll personalize the process when we meet with you to meet your specific needs, but we really emphasize that we bring experience to the table that most of you don't have. We've done this a lot. So we ask that once we're into it, that you trust the process and trust that it's going to lead to the result that you need. Even when you get through the end of the process, we typically don't get directly involved in contract negotiation. We advise that you use your district attorney for that purpose, but we're ready to advise and consult and assist you with that in any way that we can. And we do use proprietary documents and procedures to ensure that the selection is as successful as possible. We do provide mentoring for the new superintendent for the first year. That's not an additional charge as part of the fee that we provide. So I would say the candidates, it's a mixed bag in terms of how much candidates take advantage of that. We don't push ourselves on people, but personally the range has been from candidates who I might check in with them a couple of times, few times a year because I don't hear from them, just to see how they're doing, to others where I've scheduled monthly meetings with them, and then I periodically in between the monthly meetings get phone calls, emails, texts, all of which is fine. We encourage them to feel free to reach out at any time for any reason, and we're happy to share our expertise with them. We offer executive coaching even beyond the first year. There would be a fee for that, but we can continue on if it's a successful relationship and that's what's desired. We're active in MASA and other professional organizations, which really helps with the networking that comes into play when we're doing searches. And we do provide a lot of other services to districts. Just to touch on this, we support districts in a variety of ways. We assist with governance, strategic planning, negotiations, districts in organization, functional analysis, facility utilization, community forums, focus groups. I've worked with districts and helped them with grade level configuration, reconfiguration, bond planning, you name it. As former superintendents, we've done just about all of those things. So we're in a position to be able to step in and help districts when you're faced with some of those processes. We keep up on current research and on best practices in leadership. As we talked about, we deliver leadership and governance academies. We do know the requirements of FOIA and the Open Meetings Act. Part of our job is to help keep you out of trouble. So if you're about to step into it, we're going to help you step out of it and make sure that you follow the Open Meetings Act and follow the rules of the game in a way that will ensure that you don't inadvertently have a problem along the way. It is important to note that everybody on our team, again, all former superintendents contribute to this. So while I may have particular knowledge with and connections with leaders throughout Southeast Michigan, Tim does in Central Michigan, we have folks like us who are assigned to other regions of the state.
The western side of the state and the northern side of the state.
And so we collaborate with one another too and support and assist one another both in the recruitment process and in the vetting process. So for example, if we got an application from a candidate in the northern part of the state that I don't know, Tim doesn't know, probably the first step we would take is reach out to our colleague in the north and see what they may know about that candidate in addition to the other things that we do. So we do work together as a whole organizational team. Our collective experience of more than 130 years, when you put all of it together, of successful superintendent experience, allows us to have a wealth of contacts throughout the state and even beyond, which really comes in handy in these situations. As we said, the guarantee, the search will continue until you have an acceptable candidate, as long as that may take. We talked about that guarantee, that second part of that. If you were to decide to contract with us for quarterly governance workshops during the first year of the new superintendent's tenure, we'll extend that guarantee out to 2 years. We do also, as just part of our service, if you would like for us to come back once you've selected your new superintendent and get things started, we would facilitate a new governance team workshop with you too, just to try to get everybody, all of you, on the same page as you start this new relationship together. So that's part of the service we provide. You're going to hear from other firms, and all of us can do this for you, right? I mean, let's not kid each other. Right? Any firm has the opportunity to come in and lead you through a search. So the biggest question for you is, why would you choose us over the other firms? Touch on these points, experienced and knowledgeable consultants, all successful superintendents in our own right. That extensive network we have of outstanding leaders, both people that we know who we can consult with and those who are prospective candidates. Our process intentionally is thorough, inclusive of your stakeholders, and it's transparent, which is really important too. People should know what's happening and why. We have a very strong reputation, which we would encourage you to check out for yourself. We did provide you a list of references. If you haven't called them, we'd love for you to. And even if they're not references that we provided in any of the districts where we've done searches, we'd invite you to call and talk to those folks and see what their experience was like. We're very confident you're going to like what you hear. Our why, we don't lose sight of the fact that we're helping a public school district choose a new superintendent, and the ultimate beneficiaries of that are students, it's children. So we recognize that that's why we're all in this business together, and we don't lose sight of the fact that one of the reasons this is such an immensely critical decision is that it's impacting thousands of students on an annual basis, and so it's of the ultimate importance. Customer service and commitment, which we provide at a high level. We will be readily available to you at any time with questions, concerns. We pride ourselves on being accessible, and we're ready to assist in any way that we can throughout the course of the search. This is feedback that we've gotten from others, which we love. We love to hear this, that we have helped make the search easy for the board, but the decision is difficult. The decision is difficult when you have some really outstanding candidates to choose from, and you find that decision at the end to be difficult. That's where we hope you are. Even though that makes it tough for you, that would be ideal. So again, if you trust the process, we believe it's going to be pretty seamless for you. But we also hope you're faced with a very difficult decision in the end, which means you've got some great candidates to choose from. Ongoing support well after the search is completed, as we indicated to you. High degree of client satisfaction, which again, if you reach out, you will hear. Our organization is dedicated to outstanding leadership. That's our business. So when you're looking to hire an organization to help you find a new superintendent, a new leader for your district, that's what we're all about, and we know the role, we know the job, we've done it, we understand what it takes to be a successful superintendent. So we think we're unique in that way, and that could be of great benefit to your district. Some of the recent Oakland County searches we've done, you see there on the screen. And if you want to reach out to folks in those districts, we'd welcome you to do so. And this just reinforces our motto and the fact that we are all about developing outstanding executive leadership. And I'll just add that having had the experience of working previously with Oxford schools during a very difficult time, and also assisting with placing your current interim superintendent, we would love the opportunity to come back. For me, it would be almost a little bit personal that way. That feels like a little bit of unfinished business that we'd like to come in and assist with. And there's something about Oxford that, as I was here and experienced it, that just is very special. And I know how important this is for you, how critical it is that you get this right. And just want to assure you that we will put whatever time and energy we need into this process to make sure that you have your best chance to get this right. We know how critical it is, and we'll honor that and step up to the plate and give you what you need. Anything to add, Jim?
No, you can tell this person's done this for quite a while. So he this is an opportunity, I think, for us as a firm to help you through this process, and I think it's a great opportunity for a superintendent to come in and work with you to make a difference for this district and for the students. So thank you for the opportunity.
We'd welcome any other questions that you might have, of course.
Do you guys only place in Michigan districts?
We have very limited experience working with districts or organizations outside of the state of Michigan. Normally it's Michigan, yes.
Okay. And then in your guys' current searches and stuff you see, how much, I guess it's kind of hard to put a number on it, but Do you see a lot of candidates coming from outside the state?
We don't see a lot. I would suggest to you too, I think you're going to find that with whatever search firm you hire, even when you hire firms who work in other states. We tend to pay close attention just because we're interested, right? This is what we do. So as we see in searches that we're not a part of, when we look at the candidate pools who are interviewed and who are ultimately selected, typically they're people in Michigan. There's a lot of reasons that folks from other states are not necessarily looking to come to Michigan, but for those that do, you know, again, we have the opportunity to use some national publications if you desire to really kind of broaden the scope of who may see this. But our experience is if you have people from out of state who are looking to come to Michigan to be a leader in this state for whatever the reason might be, they know where to look, and they find these postings and they submit applications. So the majority that you would see would absolutely be from Michigan, but you would very likely see others.
And then my last question, have you ever been contracted with a district for superintendent search where you hadn't been able to find, or that relationship has been severed for whatever reason?
Never had the experience of it being severed, and I don't know in our experience, I'm not aware of that happening. I mean, I haven't had that personal experience. Tim hasn't. I don't think it's happened in the organization. There have been a couple of times that it was a struggle, and it took some time, and we had to step back. We went through the first round. The board said we haven't found the right person yet, and we had to kind of restart and go back through it again. But again, if that's what it takes, it's more important that you get it right than that you pick somebody the first time. What we urge you to do is you cannot settle in these searches. You cannot. So I'll go back again. No matter the number of finalists that you have, I use the example of one. If you have 2 finalists, you have 3 choices, right? Candidate A, candidate B, or we have yet to find the right person and we need to keep looking. So you always have that additional choice, and you're not going to get pushback from us. That's the right thing to do if you feel like you have not found the right person yet.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Mike?
As far as the searches relatively local to our district, when were the most, maybe 2 recent ones, and as far as your tiers were concerned, how many candidates were, do you have an idea of how many candidates were in each tier?
Each tier? Oh,
Or
boy.
something, maybe just first tier, something like that?
Go ahead.
Well, I can talk about Fowlerville. Last year, we had 30 candidates, 32, I believe, and there were, in the top candidate profile category, we had 10 individuals in that category. And that second category that John talked about, there were, I believe, 6 to 8 candidates in there. So, I mean, there was a good selection of candidates.
The last one I think that I completed in the county was West Bloomfield, I believe. I'd be hard pressed. I don't want to give you an inaccurate answer in terms of how many in each tier. I think the total was in the mid-20s roughly. And it was fairly balanced in terms of dividing those groups up into finalists. So you'll normally have, if I had a hazarded guess, in the ballpark of, if you're looking at in tiers A and B, we would hope that you would see at least 10 to 12 in total that you would be able to choose from as you're looking to select 4 to 6. Sometimes it can be a little bit more, sometimes it can be a little bit less. It just really depends on the particular search. There is variance from one district to another. We find in general with the searches we're doing, I think ballpark total number of applicants tend to be somewhere in the 20s generally, but sometimes, and Tim gave the example of Fowlerville, you see a little bit higher than that. Sometimes, honestly, you see even a little bit lower. It varies from district to district. Looks like you may have another question brewing. No? Okay.
You're thinking about qualified candidates, I mean, in general, when you do a search?
Yeah, and as, I mean, you mentioned, I mean, it was brought up out of state. I mean, we certainly know the current climate in general, but also Oxford is unique in some ways, certainly.
Sure.
And I don't want to get in a situation where we're, you know, having to settle on candidates. And so I think the question about out of state was trying to cast a wide net to make sure that we have
Sure.
a number of quality candidates
Absolutely.
to choose from, and so that we are making the best choice for the district versus having to
I'll say this, typically what I'll tell boards too is that the quality of the candidates who are in the field is more important than the number of applicants, right? So ultimately, you could have 40 applicants, but if only 5 of them are people that you might have interest in, it's a poor candidate field. Versus you could have a field of 20 applicants, but you've got, again, 10 to 12 that really stand out, that make it difficult for you to narrow that down to 4 to 6 even to interview. That's a great candidate field. So sometimes people get caught up in the numbers, and it's really not so much about numbers as quality. And as we're recruiting, we're really mindful of that. We don't want you to be in a position where you have really very few strong candidates to choose from. So our goal is to make sure we bring a field of applicants to you that has as many of those high-quality candidates that you have the opportunity to choose from to make it a difficult decision for you. But,
Mary?
oh, go ahead.
Do you think it would be difficult for an out-of-state candidate to come into Michigan and learn a lot of new laws? Is that part of a learning curve for a superintendent, or, I mean, how different are we?
Certainly there's a learning curve. I don't think there's any way to get around that. If you've been a superintendent in another state, there are differences in Michigan, and so there's an adjustment. But there have been people who have done that successfully. So again, I think it depends on the individual. I hate to paint those folks with a broad brush, right? I think
I wouldn't rule anybody out because of
No.
that. Certainly, if they're willing and they've applied for the job, they understand that's going to be part of the process for them. And you know, through the ISDs and the other support structures, fellow superintendents in neighboring districts, there's a lot of support out there for superintendents as they learn the process of the state, and so I don't think will be an issue for
and
them.
bear in mind,
Yeah.
we have that mentoring relationship that we
Right.
provide too. So if you were to hire somebody where there was a more steep learning curve, we would recognize that, and we would offer to support and assist that person to flatten that curve as quickly as possible.
I have a question.
Amanda?
For the candidates, do you conduct personality tests on each candidate and compare those to what you find in the stakeholder groups of what is desired in the next superintendent candidate?
So that's not part of kind of the basic services that we provide, but we have a relationship with an organization that does that.
Okay.
And so if you have interest in that, when we have that first meeting, we could come back with additional details about that and talk about the cost of that, and then you could determine if that's something that you wanted to include.
Okay. And given your understanding of Oxford, our community, and what our district needs right now, in just a few words, what do you think are important qualities of the next superintendent?
That's a great question. Boy, I would say you need somebody with a high level of empathy, somebody who's a really strong listener and not just can listen, but really hear what people have to say and take that into account, be able to be responsive, be able to make difficult decisions, because even along with that, when you're going to hear from different people, and you're going to have people sharing different viewpoints too, right, and feel very strongly about that. So you realize part of the difficulty of this job is that it's impossible to make everybody happy, and so that can't be your goal. The goal has to be, though, that you take all viewpoints into account, and ultimately you make decisions that are absolutely in the best interest of your students, and sometimes that takes courage. It can be difficult. So I think having that level of courage too, where you are taking those viewpoints into account, but that you recognize that ultimately your responsibility is to do what's best for your students and your district, and that you will do that unflinchingly, I think is going to be critical as well.
Yeah, I would just add, it's got to be somebody that's approachable.
Yes.
That can build trust.
Yep.
I think that's going to be key for you. And so, I mean, and I think they're out there. You know, when you're talking about candidates, you're going to get good candidates. We're going to find somebody. So.
This might be totally inappropriate. I almost want to flip the question. If you don't want to answer that, don't. But if you select us, we can get into it. We'd want to hear from you too.
Anybody else?
Yeah, just given the current environment in the state of Michigan, you know, we see the news articles and all the stories about the number of superintendent positions that are open. Obviously, you're even filling a role over in
Yes.
Rochester.
Yeah.
How do you think that's going to play into the timeline and our ability to attract great candidates to this district?
It's a great question. I would think it might, what we would suggest is that might be a reason to move more quickly and get out in front, possibly of some of the other searches as well. Although, with other districts being available and going through searches too, there are going to be enough differences, I think, that when the good news in that might be that there could potentially be candidates who bypass applying to Oxford because they choose to apply to another district instead where there's a vacancy. But the good news within that is if candidates look at all of the opportunities that are there and say, this is where I'd like to be, it's Oxford, I think that's a good indication that you've got the right people applying for the right reasons versus just somebody applying because they desire to be a superintendent somewhere. But again, if you want to get out a little bit ahead, I think probably the more quickly you move on this, that might increase those chances to start yours up maybe before some of the others do.
Okay. Anybody else? John and Tim, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your presentation, your time, your preparing everything for us. It was a pleasure to see you and meet you. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thanks for the opportunity. Good luck with your decision.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. 5:55. Perfect timing. Are we? Right, okay. 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 So does Angela go out and get the other? Hello,
Hello, everyone.
how are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Good, thank you for coming.
Oh, you're so welcome. There you go. Yeah. I know. I just need a second to get organized here.
Please, yep.
And my clipboard is in the other room. I'm gonna run and grab it. Okay. you're ready.
Okay, Mike, we're all set.
Good.
Thank you again for coming.
Well, thank you for having me tonight. And my name is Mike Ritchie, and I represent Hazard Young and Atia and Associates, HYA. Just briefly about myself, I've worked for HYA for the past 6 years, and have 25 years experience as a superintendent. And I also serve, I'm retired, and I work for HYA full-time. And I also serve on the executive committee of the National Association of School Superintendents. So, excuse me. I have two partners on the search. Serena Shivers is from Michigan, and she is currently the Deputy Executive Director of Professional Learning of the Michigan Association of Superintendents and Administrators, and she also has 5 years experience as a Michigan superintendent and over 20 years of experience as an educational, a career in education across Michigan. Lots of her work focuses on equity, understanding diversity, and social justice. The third person on our search team is Scott Wench, and Scott also has over 20 years of experience as a superintendent, and he's the past president of the Wisconsin Association of Athletic Directors, of the Wisconsin Association of Athletics, and also Scott and I do a number of searches together as well. So you'll have the three of us on the team, and we work very well together. So why Oxford? What would draw people, candidates to this school district? First of all, if you look at your vision, you talk about world-class education. You also talk about you challenge all students, and when you look at your programming, it's amazing what you offer. So that alone is going to help draw candidates to the district. Next slide, please. Oh, I have the clicker, I guess. Okay, so if you look at this next slide, when we talk about why HYA, what can we do for you? So first of all, it's really important that every child has the right to that quality education, and that starts with our recruiting for you. We have to recruit the right leader for your district. Also, we work for you. We work for the board, and we will customize our search to fit your district needs. We'll save you time. Well, I'm going to talk about our technological infrastructure that we have as we go in the process here. And then we're a firm that you can trust. According to the market research, HYA completes the most searches and the lowest superintendent turnover of our competitors. And when you look at the slide, when you look at the graph, you can kind of see over the past 2 years how many searches HYA has done compared to some of our competitors. Also, if you go to our website, you'll note that right now we have 27 searches posted on our website, all HYA searches. And if you look at the other competitors that you're interviewing tonight, they have a lot fewer than that on their website. We're a national company. Of those 27 searches we have posted, that does cover 15 different states. So that network that we have across the nation is huge. Also, we have very strong partners with some organizations that also help us with the recruiting process as well. So when you look at our search process, what we do, it's really three different areas, three different phases. So the engage phase is the first phase. Then we move into the recruitment phase, and then the select phase. So we're just going to kind of break those down a little bit and talk about each of those phases. So in the engage phase, we're going to start with having a board planning meeting. We're going to go through the whole process, the timeline, what we need to do. We're going to interview all board members individually, and then we're going to have a number of focus groups, community forums. We're going to really involve your stakeholders, okay? That's part of our process for our search, is we do a lot of community engagement, and then we also have a survey that we'll send out to your community, your staff, your students as well. We take all that information and we put that into a robust leadership profile report. And that report then it becomes a great roadmap for your new superintendent. We're going to encourage the district to put that report on your website for transparency. And we'll also place that on our HYA website. So as the candidates apply, they're going to want to read through that report. So it's going to talk about the strengths of the district, the challenges of the district, and then the characteristics of what you're looking for your next superintendent. So as we do our focus groups, what we're going to do and how we're going to run those focus groups is we're going to do most of them face-to-face, but I'm going to tell you, prior to COVID, we did only face-to-face. COVID hit, we only did Zoom. And then after COVID, now we do a blended model. So we'll do some Zoom as well. Zoom does draw more people than face-to-face. But we're going to go out into your community, and we're going to go to where your stakeholders are. So if there's a language barrier, or if you have maybe they're more comfortable in a center, we're going to go to where they're at. We're going to have flexible times. So what we found is Sunday nights, 7 p.m., Zoom works great for parents. Okay, they're usually home, they're getting ready for the week, and it's a great time where they can sit down for 45 minutes and talk to us about the school district. So in our planning meeting, we're going to also talk about what groups do you want to interview? What groups should we do focus groups with? We're going to always have your staff, your support staff, your certified staff, your PTOs, your administrators, your business leaders, your parents, but you might have specific groups that you want us to target. So what we're going to do is, in that meeting, we're going to come up with 15, 20, 25 different focus groups that we're going to be here and run those focus groups. The one group that we do insist that we talk to is your high school students. We'll go into your high schools and we will talk to your high school students. We'll do a couple of different focus groups. In this report, we don't identify any of the groups, we just look for common themes, except the high school students. We feel it's really important that the board, the community, the parents, the staff, the administrators, they all should know, what do the students think of your district? And we want a good cross mixture of students. We don't want 25 National Honor Society students. We want at-risk students, we want special ed students, we want a cross mixture of athletes, theater, you name it. We want to make sure we have a good, what does your district really represent? That's who we want to talk to. So 2 quick examples of why I think talking to students is so important. And these are actually statements that students said in our focus groups. This one happens to be from Lincoln, Nebraska. Here's what a high school student said. The new superintendent needs to have good taste in music. So we know they have good taste in decisions. Students were hopeful that the next leader will continue the legacy of previous superintendents and be willing to listen to students, gain input from students, be open-minded to change. And then another group from South Sioux City, Nebraska said, you can hire an old superintendent, but they must be like a fun grandma or grandpa. They must have a sense of humor. So students really want to see someone that can relate to students. And it doesn't matter who you hire, but they have to be able to relate to students. Also in our engagement phase, we're going to have an online survey, and there's just a sample of what, it's hard to see, but there's a sample of what the survey looks like for some of the results. And you can see, you're going to have 6 different subgroups you can pick from, and this is a research-based survey where it's norm reference, so you're going to compare 6 different subgroups to each other. And I'm going to use the bottom right example where you can see those dots. The further the dots are apart, that's where the groups differ than what they think the district is really like. And the administrators and teachers tend to have a little higher opinion of the district than students and parents. So you can see it from this example on the left, you can see the students and parents are a little bit more thinking we need some work. Again, you can take this information, your new superintendent can figure out why those dots are not closer together and what we need to do to get everyone on that same page. Then we'll move into our recruit phase, and we also believe that we have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We will definitely recruit numerous candidates, and we want to, again, find that best fit that matches your district. So as we go into our recruitment phase, we're going to do a number of different things. We have about 130 associates, and the one thing I did forget to mention earlier is you have the full proposal in front of you. I'm just trying to hit some highlights, and so I'm not going to repeat everything that's in that proposal. So as you go through the proposal, you're going to note, though, that we do have over 130 associates across the nation. So we talk to each other daily. We email with what jobs we're doing. We ask for candidate pools. I can see all of their applicants for every job. So for every HYA job that's out there right now, I already mentioned there's 24, I can see every applicant for all those jobs. So I have a pool of people that I can at least look at. We also have a dashboard where people have to fill out an enrollment form with us where they go into our system. So I can go in and I can say, okay, Midwest, I can go school districts of 5,000 to 8,000, and I can see what we have out there as to start looking at some recruiting. We also have that our website is a national website. We not only list our searches, we list all of our competitor searches as well. So again, we get about 25,000 hits per month on that. Our newsletter goes out to 22,000 subscribers. We attend national and state conferences, and so we do heavy recruiting there. We develop recruitment flyers. We have a strong partnership. So again, that national reach is really important to us. As we go into our select phase, what we're going to do, we're going to screen and vet every single applicant that applies. And so we do that regardless of if we screened them before, we'll screen them again, because the number one question we'll ask them is, why Oxford? Okay, you applied for a job maybe 3 years ago, but why Oxford? And then we get into the discussion of why they want this job. Also, we have a board portal. That's another thing that separates HOA from other firms. You're going to see every single application as they come in. And they go into a board portal. So think of the board portal as your own private, password-protected website. We're not going to give you 100 emails. You're going to get very, very few emails. Everything we do goes into your board portal. So one click, you can see, let's just say, for example, the application is 30 pages long by this candidate. One click, you can click on the name. All 30 pages are right there. You can just scroll right down. And so you can see every single applicant as they come in. And then we put all the other notes in there, schedules in there, proposal, contract, day in the district schedule. So everything will go into your board portal. So as you start narrowing down, before we narrow down, I'm going to deliver the slate of candidates to the board, and we're going to put those in 3 different tiers. So as we present the slate, we really try to encourage you to interview 6 or 8 candidates. We like no more than 8 because that gets to be too many. 6 is probably the right ideal number. But sometimes it's hard to just pick 6. So when let's say we have 30 people that apply, we're going to give you a slate that's tiered. So the number in tier 1 will be the best fit for your district according to what we found with our reference checks, with our background checks, with our Google searches, with our interview, our pre-screener, the profile report, what your stakeholders want. Those people who we think are the best fit will be in tier 1. People in tier 2 will be not quite as strong as tier 1, and maybe we found something in their background. And then the people that we placed in tier 3, we're going to tell you we don't even need to talk about these people because they're not the right fit for your district. But if you want to ask any questions as why they're in tier 2 or tier 3, we'll be happy to share that. You're the board, we work for you. If you want someone from tier 1 move to tier 2, we can do that. Tier 2 to tier 1, we can do that. But we'll tell you the reason we put them in tier 2 is because of this. And then that's how we kind of start. Once you get the first round of interviews narrowed down, 3 candidates is ideal for finalists. They will all get 1 full day in your district. We feel it's really important that they spend the full day in the school district. So we're going to set up tours. Normally we like if the principals can lead those tours because they can talk about instruction, they can go into some classrooms, they can tour the schools. They're going to meet, we call them meet and greets. They're going to meet with a number of different stakeholders. And so they're going to meet with staff after school. They're going to meet again with groups of high school students in the day. They're going to meet with parents, business leaders at night. These are called meet and greets. And then we also design a QR code. So when we have these meet and greets, stakeholders can give the board instant feedback. We make it very clear to the stakeholders that this is the board's search, but they want your input. So there's two questions that they can respond to. The question is, if this person were hired, what strengths would they bring to the district? And then the other question is, what would concern you if this person were hired? As they type in their notes, they go right to a spreadsheet, right to the board portal, and you will see those notes instantly. And that's how they give you that feedback for that. And then we'll do a third-party background check for your lone finalist, and then we'll do a number of other Google searches and reference checks and blind reference checks. We know they're going to give us great people to call, so we're going to call other people as well. So I already mentioned in the board portal, that next slide just represents what you'll find in the portal. So if you want any information about the search, just simply go to that board portal. So the HYA distinguishing difference, why HYA? Again, we'll customize your search. Transparency is so important to us throughout the entire search process. We will respond to your communication instantly. Okay, I don't care if it's a Saturday morning, a Sunday night, Tuesday night, we're going to respond. If you email us, if you text us, if you call us, we're going to respond right away. You're going to have all of our emails, all of our cell phones, and again, that communication is so important. So the other thing I want to say about, in case Serena's on the team, she's got a wealth of information across Michigan. She wanted to be here tonight. She is teaching the class tonight. She teaches on Tuesday evenings. She's teaching aspiring superintendents right now. So she apologizes that she could not make this. And she also does a lot of work for the Institute for Education Innovation, where she actually works with aspiring superintendents across the state of Michigan and across the nation as well. So the other thing about, I've worked for HY for the past 6 years. I've done just over 30 searches now. I'm really happy to report all 30 of my superintendents that I replaced are currently in their position. No one has left or retired yet. I know it's going to end someday soon because people do retire, people move on. I've done some very large districts and some very small districts. So the people in smaller districts like to move up to larger districts. I know it's going to happen, but the reason they're there is because of that profile leadership report. It's because of what the stakeholders told us in the engage phase, and we found the best match, for those districts according to what your community wanted. And then you can see some of our past searches that we've done in Michigan, and just recently we have been awarded the Ann Arbor search and the Midland, Michigan search as well. So we have that national presence, yet a great Michigan presence as well. I talked a little bit already about some of these things on this next slide. About 75% of the superintendents that we place are recruited by HY Associates. We don't believe if you post it, they will come. We call people, we go after people, and you can have other organizations say, yeah, we'll just put something out on a national AASA website and online and it'll be good. No, that's not good enough. Even though it's posted nationally, we still have to recruit those people. The next slide just gives you a sample of a few of the searches that I recently led. Wondering what the pool is like? I'm just going to pick one of those. I'll just take Littleton, Colorado. Had an enrollment of about 15,000 students. Had 24 applicants, 17 were from out of state for 71%, and they had a very, very strong slate. So of the 24, we actually had 11 in Tier 1. That was a very nice job, well sought after. And then you can see the breakdown of what states those 11 candidates were from. And then the eventual hire for Littleton was actually from Indiana. But just gives you an idea. Timeline, we have a timeline. This is a tentative timeline. In the board planning meeting, what we'll do is we will work with you. We're going to say, when would you like to announce your superintendent? And then we kind of work backwards from there. But that just gives you a rough idea of what the timeline looks like. That's why that planning meeting is so important to bring your calendars and get all those dates in your calendar, because a 3 or 4 month process is going to take 3 or 4 months, but you're going to want to get those dates in your calendar so you're available for those interviews when you are involved. Board satisfaction, you can see on that next slide, boards are very happy with our work. And I always tell school boards, when you do reference checks on the search firms, it's really important that you talk to school districts where the team that's doing your search actually did the other search. So if you talk to another school district and I was not involved in the search, it doesn't really mean a lot. I would be the lead person on your search, so you're going to want to see what kind of job I did, good or bad, according to another district, how I performed for that district. And I would hope that all my searches, you're going to get some pretty good feedback. The other thing that we have that is very powerful is at the end of the search, you hire your new superintendent, now what? We have what we call a transition dashboard. So again, this we offer to you for free for the first 6 months. We'll have that exit meeting with the board, with your new superintendent. We'll go through that leadership profile report, and we'll take benchmarks from that report. This can become part of the evaluation tool or your evaluation process. So you can set that dashboard however you want based on what's in there, and you can set those benchmarks and set those goals for your new superintendent. And then you can see as that person goes the first 90 days, the first 6 months, the first year, how they're measuring for what you set the bar to be. So it's really important to get that feedback to the person, to know what direction they're going in, and to have measurable goals as well. So that becomes a great, again, a great tool for that new superintendent. And so I think at this point, I'm going to stop and see if you have any questions and if I can answer anything else that you saw in the proposal that I did not speak about here tonight.
Questions? Colleen?
Sure. Thanks, Mike. That was great. So you're from out of state. So
Yep.
how would that, if you were leading our search, how would that work for us?
Well, I was on a plane at 6 a.m. this morning, and here I am.
Okay.
My partner right next door, I love her to death, but she's teaching a class right now. We
Okay.
work together. We're
Okay.
a team. So we have 3 people on this search, and we are a team. And when I say we have 3, we have 3 people who will do all the legwork, but you really have 135 associates, because we will be contacting numerous associates that work for HYA about the Canada Pool, other jobs, maybe another associate did a job in Michigan. We'll find out, but we're going to focus on the Midwest. We want those Midwest values. We're going to really focus heavy on the Midwest, but also consider every other aspect of the search, the national reach as well. But we'll be here. You want us here, we'll be here.
So the 24, oh, sorry, Mike. The 24, you have 2 open in Michigan currently, or are there more in Michigan that you have open?
Right now, we are currently in Michigan doing Ann Arbor and Midland.
Go ahead, Mike, sorry.
Well, I guess first off, I know we spoke about the personality tests
Yep.
and things like that. So maybe just touch base on that, because I know that'll come up.
Sure.
And then I'll ask some other questions.
Yeah, so we do have a number of different tests, personality tests that we can administer. Again, what some boards will do is they're going to say, okay, let's do it for our 3 finalists maybe. I don't know if you're going to want to spend any extra money in doing it with, all the 6 for the slate or the 8 for the slate. But if you want to do personality tests, we've got a number of different ones that we can administer, and the cost would be roughly anywhere from 150 to 250 per person. So it depends on what test. I don't administer those. We have other professionals that do that for us. And they're trained and certified. So we've got about 6 or 7 different options for you to choose from. And again, we can talk about that in that board planning meeting.
Yep. Amanda?
All right, so based on your understanding and research of Oxford and what our district needs, can you just give us, excuse me, a few attributes of what you think the superintendent would look like for us?
A fun grandma or grandpa. No, I honestly think that That leadership profile report is going to speak volumes once that's done. And you can go onto the HYA website right now, and you can look at any of the searches, and you can, the ones that the report's done, it's going to be posted next to that search. And so you can, if you want to see what it looks like, you can certainly do that. But I would go back to your core values. I would go back to, I think on your website you talk about trust, integrity, commitment, collaboration, honesty, accountability. Those are, you know, that's what makes that superintendent. But again, you can take all of that, it has to be the right fit. So what you need to listen to your community, you need to listen to your stakeholders, you need to listen to the students, take all that input and make a great formed decision by the board. And trust the process. You're going to hire a search firm. You have 3 good search firms here tonight. It just depends what you want. Do you want that local Michigan feel? Do you want the national reach feel? Do you want the combination? That's going to be, you know, up to the board. But the right fit is critical, and it has to be a visionary. It has to be someone that is not afraid to set the bar high, make those difficult decisions, hold people accountable, and at the end of the day, what's most important is we're here for the students. That person has to be here for the students. That person has got to really make sure when every graduate leaves this district, they're ready to succeed no matter where they're going in the future.
What happens as far as billing and fees go? We get to the end, we have our finalists, and they're not good, and we got to start the process over.
We are here until the bitter end. If it takes a year, if it takes 2 years, we're with you, and there's no extra charge.
Okay.
Our fee is our fee, and I'm going to be the first person to tell you, don't hire someone just to hire someone. It has to be the right fit, and you have to be comfortable with the person you hire. This is probably this is the most important job you have as the board, is to hire that next leader, that superintendent. But we will be with you until you're completely satisfied. And I don't think we talked about, we have that guarantee. If you read our proposal, there's a guarantee in the proposal as well. There's a price match as long as it's apples to apples in the proposal as well.
And then my follow-up question that I've asked the other firm, have you ever been contracted with a district looking for somebody and something hasn't worked out and they've basically severed services with you and gone somewhere else?
Not me personally. I have never experienced that. So I do know that we had, HY did have one search that ended in COVID just because they just didn't want to continue with it, but never because anyone was unhappy with the services of HYA. I think if you look at every search that I've led, I think you're going to get a pretty good reference because I'm committed. I do this 24/7. I'm completely retired. One of our policies for HYA is we do not hire sitting superintendents. They're too busy. How can you run a school district and then try to lead a search as well? So we hire retired superintendents, and we have a number of our associates that have been on or currently are on school boards. And so it's a great mix.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Mike, for coming in. And thank you for the proposal that you prepared for us and all the questions that you answered. We appreciate you coming in.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
You're
Good
welcome.
luck.
Thank you.
Well, here's just a sample. This is one of our flyers, so we'll do this for every series. Is it in there? 21.5, I think it was. Yeah. And again, a big part of our fee is those days. We're going to spend a lot of days in your district, physically be here, spending a lot of time with your stakeholders, engaging your community. Thank you.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Let me, yeah, thanks.
Okay, we're going to call us back into order here, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Barry Carroll and Dr. Shelley Jones-Holt. They're here with us tonight from McPherson and Jacobson, and I'll let you guys go ahead and take over.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor to be in your school district. Dr. Holt and I will briefly introduce ourselves and just tell you our background so you know that we have some credibility coming in to help you with your school, your superintendent search if selected. We're glad to be here tonight to tell you about our company and tell you about ourselves. I was an educator for 30 years, served all the way from, began as a teacher and coach in a school district in Tuscaloosa, actually, and served in several school districts in Alabama. I am from Alabama, so I'll just go ahead and tell you that up front so everybody's not trying to figure out what's that accent that he has. I'm from Alabama. Served there for 30 years in education, 10 as a superintendent. Then I went to the corporate world and served in education in the corporate world. And in 2017, started consulting, and that's when I joined McPherson and Jacobson, as well as doing consulting for other companies as well. Love this work, love what we do. I think our company's great. We have had many successful superintendent searches, executive director searches through the years. We've been doing executives. I haven't, but our company's been doing those since 1991. And you have the list in your packet if you've looked at that, the ones that we've done. I personally have been involved with quite a number, some that you'll recognize would be Jackson, Mississippi, Fulton County, Georgia, which is Atlanta, Tennessee State Department of Education, and Roanoke, Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia. Those are ones that I've been deeply involved with in the past 6 years, in addition to quite a few others. So it's a great work. I believe in our company. I believe what we do. We will tell you about how we recruit and how we select, how we narrow those numbers down and work with you. And the most important thing that I think right now that I can say is this is our process, but it's your search. We're going to be very transparent with you. We're going to communicate constantly with you. We're going to talk with you. Once you've determined who that person is that we're to relay all the information to and from, we will do that on a regular basis. And as I said, we'll be transparent. We'll just tell you what we find. We'll tell you where we are in the process and how things are going. And we're easy to work with. If you say along the way, you as the board, not one board member, but you as a board, would say, we've thought about maybe adjusting this a little bit, we'll work with you on that. It's our process that's been defined and been very successful through the years, but we will be happy to work with you on changing anything that you think we need to change in order to be successful. So I'll stop there and let Dr. Holt introduce herself.
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Shelley Jones-Holt, and I started my career about 25 years ago as a teacher. I will always consider myself a teacher first because that's what I do, what I love, and it's what I still do to this day. I elevated through the system at, I did the typical route, becoming a teacher, assistant principal, all the way to superintendent, actually here in Michigan. So I actually transferred from California here to Michigan. I think in September it's been 5, maybe 6 years. I might have my numbers off, that I've been here in Michigan. And so I do love it here in Michigan and what we're doing as a state, but I prefer to do the superintendent search route because I want to ensure that our superintendents are supported. And so that's part of where my role really comes in. Yes, I do assist with the search and finding the right candidate, but for us, what's most important is making sure that that candidate and the board have the support they need to work together as a team. And so when I left the superintendency, I started my own company, coaching and supporting superintendents, executive officers, cabinets, board and superintendent relationships, and have been extremely successful helping people maintain their superintendencies and their board relationships, even through some of the toughest things like negotiations, like tragedies, like there are a lot of things that happen that can strain that superintendent-board relationship, and we need to have support in order to really see that through. And so I'm a mother of 8. I know I look good to be a mother of 8. I like to say that because it reminds me that, I'm not totally stressed all the time, right? And I still teach at the university, so I work at 3 different universities, as well as doing the superintendent search and coaching executive teams. So that's a little bit about me and what I've done, and I think we can go ahead and
Thank
get
you.
started.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that for me, I do other things as well. So I generally do 2 to 3 superintendent searches a year. If we're selected for this search, then my focus and attention will be, and so will Dr. Oates, will be on your school district and helping you find the very best superintendent that we can help you find. That will be our focus. So I'm not going to be distracted by working in other places. When we lock into one, or at least I've told our corporate office that, when I lock into one, that's the one I'm going to work on. I'm not going to be scattered all over working with different school districts. So we'd like to talk to you about our process, and certainly there are going to be questions I'm sure that will arise that you want to ask at the end. So we're going to try to run through this pretty quickly so that you have an idea of what we do and how we do it. And we do some things the same as other search firms, and we do some things differently than other search firms. But we are a leading national search firm. When you say McPherson and Jacobson, across the nation with superintendents and generally with school board members, people have heard of us. They know what the work that we do and the quality work that we do. We have a network of experienced consultants, about 130 consultants across the nation, who the majority have superintendent experience, and having served as a superintendent, having an understanding of what superintendents deal with and what that board superintendent relationship, what's important in that. So most of our consultants, as I said, have worked as superintendents. We believe in sustainability in leadership and keeping people in place. We do have a guarantee, and you saw that in our contract, that if you were to hire someone and they were to leave within 2 years, we'll do the process over at no charges except for expenses. So I'll get that out of the way right up front. But we don't expect them to leave. In all the superintendent searches that I've worked with in the past 6 years, I've not had one to leave. They're all still in place where they were selected. And so that's pretty phenomenal for that to occur. But that's the truth. And that's the way it is. I think it's like 80% or 85% of our superintendents in the past 5 years are still in the positions where they were selected by the board. So we do a great job of vetting and matching and working with school boards to determine what exactly are you looking for, and we go out and recruit and try to find the people to match your district. That's part of our vetting process, because we believe for you need someone who can come in and be a superintendent long-term. A lot to work on, I'm sure. And if you continue to have that revolving door with superintendents, the school districts suffer. So we want you to find someone who can sustain with the district, stay here for a long period of time and work with you all in helping the school district. We believe every student is entitled to a high-quality education. I'm not going to read all this. You have a copy of it. But I do believe that every student is entitled to a high-quality education. And I know your school district well enough from doing research that I know you provide that, or you try to provide that. So we believe that as our company as well. We strongly believe that quality education is dependent upon the leadership. You find a great school system, and generally they're going to have a great superintendent. So that's part of our role in helping you to do that. Some of the background for us: we don't hire superintendents. We have individuals who apply for superintendent's position, but we work for you. We don't work for superintendents. We don't have, Dr. Holt and I had this conversation earlier as we were waiting, we don't have a list of our buddies that we're waiting to bring into here to put in front of you. That's not what we do. We vet the candidates, and we make sure that the person the individuals we're bringing to you are those individuals who have the best qualifications, the best characteristics, the characteristics that you're looking for as a school board to match your criteria that you've set forth. We represent the board. We work strictly for you. We don't work for anybody else. We are recruiters of talent. You say, well, how do you do that? There's a variety of ways. McPherson and Jacobson has been in business again since 1991, so we have a huge Rolodex of individuals who have applied in the past. That's one way. We also are very well connected across the nation through AASA and through a lot of the organizations, superintendent organizations, and even school board organizations across the nation. We're very well connected. We know people. I've been out of the superintendency for over 10 years, and I still know superintendents from across the nation, still know those individuals I can call and say, is there anyone that you know who might, this is what we're looking for, do you know people that might fit the bill? And we do that nationwide from Washington to Florida to Maine. It's all across the nation. We have individuals that we connect with and to try to recruit the very best people that we can. There's that statistic that 85% for the past 5 years are still in place, 55% over the last 10 years, that's pretty remarkable, and 40% over the past 15 years are still in place where they were placed by McPherson, not by McPherson and Jackson, but those individuals we brought forth that the board hired are still in place, so that's pretty remarkable. That's just some information about basically the investment that you're making, and I don't know where our number fits with others. I couldn't tell you that, but you know, I can say you get a good bang for your buck with our company and all the things that we do. We provide you with 5 phases, and we'll run through those of the superintendent process. You also get advertising and journals like AASA Journal, Ed Week. Some of those are mentioned up there, Top School Jobs. We do advertising, and it generates a tremendous amount of interest from across the nation from those individuals who are involved in those national organizations. We do stakeholders meetings, one day of in-person stakeholder meetings where we meet with the groups that you've identified and have invited those individuals into could be a room like this, and we will spend at least an hour with those individuals. I say an hour, 45 minutes with the individuals. We ask them questions and we get feedback from them about the school district, and it could be parents, it could be teachers, it could be administrators, it could be the clergy, it could be your city government, it could be whoever you want that to be. We're willing to set, and we usually can do up to about 8 groups in a day. So you get that as a part of that, where we'll come in and spend time here in your district talking and listening to people without you in the room, because people sometimes will not speak up if board members or the superintendent's in the room. So we get that information, we put a document together that we share with you along the way. So we don't put a name to what was said, but we do tell you, very transparent, we'll tell you what's said and how people are feeling. We want to listen to the community. We can also do online stakeholders meetings. I don't know if your Hispanic population is high or the parents here, but we can do it in different languages as well. Video interviews of candidates, that's amazing. I'll talk about that just a little bit. And then in the end, we do the criminal, financial, and educational degree background checks for these individuals who are chosen by the board to be interviewed. Or if it's the final candidate, we certainly do that. We want to make sure that, and we vet them through the whole process and checking these individuals out. But in the end, we want to make sure that they don't have anything in their background. And we ask that question: is there anything in your background that would embarrass us, embarrass you as a candidate, or embarrass this board if you were selected? Is there anything? We ask that question over and over during the process. And some of the things they'll say, well, I had a parking ticket one time. Most of the time they're very honest and will tell us that. But we try to draw that out of them. So we tell you those types of things. Travel expenses for consultants for scheduled trips to the school district, and then office expenses. That's what the contract is about. These are the 5 phases of the superintendent search, and I'm going to talk about the first 2, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Holt and let her talk about the last 3, and especially phase 5, which is really her love of this process. But phase 1, we'll identify the desirable characteristics. We'll work with you, we'll come on site with you and talk with you about what are you looking for in a superintendent. Such things as, what personal characteristics do you want them to be personable, or do you want, what is it about this person? Do you want them to be approachable? Do you want them to be, what is about this person from a personal standpoint and from a professional standpoint as well? Do you want them to have a doctorate? Must they have had superintendent experience? All those kinds of things that you will identify and say to us, this is what we're looking for, and we'll help you with that. We'll go through a process to identify what those characteristics are. And we tell the candidates that. We tell them exactly what you're looking for, and they'll know that. And then again, we match what they say with what you're looking for. We establish those timelines and target dates. We'll work with you on that and putting that information together, putting a calendar, if you will, of events together and a sequence of those things together. And then we'll determine which media advertising venues you want to, if you want to go outside of, well, we do national for sure, but if there's certain, for whatever reason you want us to go to other state associations, we do that. Certainly the Michigan Association, we would try to advertise with them if they'd allow us to do that. And but you help determine that, and some of that's included in the contract, and if there's others outside of that, it may not be included in the contract, but we can still do that. Stakeholders' voices, I think that's very important. Been very involved with those in the searches that I've done, and they've been very, very successful. And communities, students want to be heard, teachers want to be heard, parents want to be heard, just community members in general want their voice to be heard. And that's one way that we try to make sure that their voice is heard. And again, we put that document together. We try to capture everything that they say to us. We put that in a document and we share it with you, and we even share it online, and you can share it on your website as well, so people can see, well, this is what the community, we don't let anyone get personal or talk about individuals, but it's issues or concerns that they have about the school district. And then, as I said, we prepare the summary and get that to you, and then we develop through that a unique application for you, an application that we think are the questions that should be asked of those individuals when they're going through applying for the position. We develop a vacancy announcement, advertise a position, we post it, notify those individuals who are interested. We recruit. We try to recruit those individuals we think would be good for your school system. We're not going to recruit everybody because
Everybody's not a match.
everybody's not a match. Exactly. No, you're fine. We keep the applicants informed. We keep you informed along the way, and we keep the applicants informed. We talk to them. We tell them what the process is. We tell them we're transparent with them as well. We tell them what we can tell them. If there's something we can't tell them, we won't tell them. But, or we'll tell them we can't tell them. But generally, we talk to them. We tell them how things are going, how it's moving forward. They must have this in by this date. And we gather a tremendous amount of information on all of these candidates. I'm not going to say we make decisions about them, but we vet them along the way. There are timelines that we're going to follow, but we vet those individuals, and the cream usually will rise to the top pretty fast. So, then phase 3, I'll turn that over to Dr. Holt and let her take it from here.
All right, thank you. And so in phase 3, basically what we'll do is we'll review all of the applicants, and basically we prepare for the interview phase. And so that part of the process is where we, like he's been talking about, we conduct the reference checks. We speak with each candidate personally. We do ask them questions. We get to know them pretty well and developing that trusting relationship, because as you can probably surmise, when a candidate comes in, we're the search firm folks. So regardless if it's for this position or another position, it's in their best interest to be open and honest with us. And that's part of the work that we do during this phase, is figuring out how do we vet all of the candidates that we bring in. This is also where we really focus on developing a very unique set of interview questions. So that'll be a process that we'll do together. We do not have a canned list of questions that we just say, here you go. Now, is there a bank? Yes. And we can go to that bank if we need to. But most of the time, as we're looking through the process, we're going to look at that stakeholder input, see what the community has said, look at what each of you are looking for in that one person that you hire, and from that together develop a set of questions that each candidate will answer and bring forward. After we do that part of the process, we notify all of the candidates that were selected for the next phase of interview. The next phase of interview, and I don't know if it goes into phase 4 after this, is that they do a video interview. So before we actually bring the candidates here and end up, spending money to bring people here if they're from out of state or out of the area, we want to talk to them and see them a little bit, right? And so what we do is a video interview process with as many candidates as you would like to see. We've seen this up to 20 candidates that have done the video interviews, and they do a 3-minute interview, and you get to watch those interviews. Some people have said we want to watch all of the video interviews. More power to you. Others have said you all look at them and bring us the top 5, 6, whatever it is. Whatever it is that you want us to do, we'll do that part of the process. After we see the video interviews together, then we'll decide who we want to bring in for an in-person interview. And so you'll get to see a little bit about who they are and what's, kind of their mannerisms and such from the video portion before you get to meet them personally. After that, we establish the procedures that are going to happen when they do come. If you want to have a visit, if they want them to visit here, or if you want to go and visit where they are, we'll arrange all of that as part of the process. Now, whether or not that is the visit to their site and their visit here is included in the cost is really up to, it'll be part of the process. So we'll see where that cost sits. Finally, we will do all of the scheduled interview times. Now, we do not sit into the interview process. Once we get you to the interview, it is your candidate, your person, you get to do that interview process. Unless you would like us there, we can most certainly support with that. Me being local here in Michigan, I have no problem. It's an hour drive. It is not it's fine. We'll come over, even if we have to do more stakeholder meetings. That's happened before, especially with a district that is close, like Ohio or here in Oxford. I will definitely come for another day if we have to, because it's in our best interest to find the best candidate. It's also in our best interest to make sure everybody in our community is heard, especially considering what's happened in our community and that we are in a place of healing right now. And so even when we're in a place of healing, it's even more important that everyone feels heard and respected and knows that their voices and opinions have been considered. Finally, we go on to after you make your selection. So once you decide who it is that you want to choose, we will personally contact the person and then work through the actual verifications and background checks and support you through the negotiations process, which is part of what I love, is negotiations and that part of the work. And then it moves into stage 5, which is the fun part, in my opinion. That's where we start establishing that board superintendent relationship. Yes, the process that we go through to find the candidate is critical and important, but the whole purpose of this is to come up with someone that we are going to connect with that will be able to lead this district for a minimum, I would say, of 5 years, personally, because that's what you need right now, is someone that is willing to stay, understand the community, and heal after all the things that have happened and move us forward into our next phase of what Oxford's moving to. And so that's when we do phase 5, which is we stay with you. We don't leave you after a few months and say, okay, bye-bye, that was great. We stay with you for at least a year, nurturing that relationship, supporting that superintendent, answering some of their questions. If you get someone from out of state like I was, there are going to be a few out-of-state questions, usually around budget, which are not hard to figure out. I mean, I came from California. It wasn't rocket science to figure out Michigan's budget, but your attendance, the way you calculate that, and fund balances, it's a very fun process, let's just say. But it's definitely something that can be learned or taught to someone from out of state. The differences are not as vast as sometimes folks would think they are. And then we also have a guarantee. If that person, for any reason, doesn't work out, we will come back and do the search for free for you. And so only time I've ever seen that happen is, unfortunately, someone was no longer with us. That's the only time I've personally seen that happen. But it really doesn't happen very often because of that phase 5, because we stay with you and work through any of the kinks that occur during that beginning parts of a relationship. And so with that, like we said, these are additional services that we can provide with the job description, and the actual development of the contract, we will support you through, but we don't actually develop the contract. We work with the candidate and you to kind of support through that process. And then, of course, the arranging for, like I was talking about earlier, the arranging for the on-site visit to their campus. If you would like to go see them, we can help with that, but that's not something that usually we include. So with that, the timeline for this, you are actually, I know may not feel like a really good time right now because it's mid-year and, you know, we're looking for someone for July 1, but I would say you're in a really, really good time period because most of the time folks start looking right after the first of the year. January, February is when most folks are starting to make that decision over the holiday break that, all right, we're going to go for it, right? And then we start looking in January, February. And so we can complete this process. It usually takes about 90 days. For the entire process to work through. And my understanding is you're looking at a July 1 start. And so we would nurture that relationship to that July 1 start.
And that's actually a great time to start. That's what superintendents across the nation, I would say, would expect or would prefer as a July 1 start. You know, if you're doing a superintendent search in the fall, sometimes it becomes a little more difficult to recruit people away from their current positions, but July 1st is perfect. So I think that's great. And really that's the 30,000 foot view of our of what we do. We believe in transparency. I've said that over and over. We're going to tell you that we've had situations, and I won't say where it was or who it was. We had a situation where there was some negative publicity that came out on one of the candidates. We already knew it, but did an investigation of that, talked to the candidate, talked to the school district, got all the story together. We presented that to the board. And we didn't say this is our opinion. We said this is what we found. You have to decide if this person should be a candidate for the position or not. And once they met that person, heard that person's side of the story, went through the whole situation, they hired that person. That person is still the superintendent of that district and is doing a phenomenal job. So sometimes there's those things that if you've been a superintendent, there's probably somebody along the way could dig up about your past or try to make an issue out of your past. We vet that. We just tell you right up front, this is what we found, and we want you to know it. But you have to make the decision whether you want to take that person on as a candidate or not. Again, we've said sustainability of leadership. We believe that is so important. I'll be honest with you. I love doing this search. I don't want to do it again for you guys. If we can find the very first time the person who fits, that's what we want. And we want it for you and we want it for us. We don't want to have to come back and do it again. And then we believe that last one, and I really do. I've been involved in so many of these, and I think that is a valuable part of this process is listening to the stakeholders. And we'll do that for you. You don't have to, we don't want you to be in there when we're talking to them. We want them to speak honestly, openly, and we'll collect their thoughts and their information, and then you will see it. But we think that's really important. For students, I love to meet with students and talk with them. They glow. They just think that's so cool to be able to talk about their school district, the positives, and even some of the negatives, the things they think should be improved in the school district. They like to do that. They think we're important. We're not, but they think that. And so we pass that information again along to you. So I'll stop there. I hope we've kind of covered the 30,000 foot view, and you may have some questions you'd like to ask us.
Please.
Questions?
I'll go first, I guess. You touched base on as far as the process starting, but as far as phase one, if we were to go and select to work with you, when do you envision that starting?
We'll work with you on that, but it could be as early as December, or we could push it back to after December's pretty busy for a lot of reasons. We could push that back to January and start that, but we could start as early as December. We'll work with you however you would like to do that.
And we only take one search, so just know that we don't have multiple searches that we do as a consultant team. We are the team that you would have, and we have one district that we would be focused on as far as a search, not trying to do 700 searches at the same time. No, we have one focus. And so we get to know you all in your district pretty well.
Okay. Now, does the firm have any open searches in Michigan right now?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay,
I know.
Do you know when the last Michigan search was?
I think that information is in the contract, I believe, or in the packet that
Yeah,
were
I
sent,
remember.
but I don't have that in front of me, so I'd have to.
Mike, Mike, I was looking, in the last 5 years, they haven't had any in Michigan. That's what's in the packet, so.
That could be looked at two different ways as a negative, but it could be a positive that, you have the opportunity to work with us and for us to bring in or bring candidates to you may not ever had the opportunity to meet before.
Admittedly, this is only the second presentation I know I personally have done in Michigan, so, and the first one, they brought their previous superintendent back. So, yeah, it was an interesting situation, but they just brought him back.
Amanda?
Yeah, so I understand, it's a very collaborative effort in finding the characteristics of the next superintendent. But just based on what you know about Oxford, what you have researched, what do you think are the top attributes of our next superintendent?
Want me to go?
You can go ahead. I'll fill the gaps.
I think first and foremost, you need a healer. You need someone who is going to listen, understand what's happened in the community, listen to all the concerns, challenges, perspectives. The community is still healing, in my humble opinion. I live an hour away, so of course I knew about what happened. I have kids in the school district, so you need, first of all, someone that can heal. And by someone that can heal, I mean someone who is willing to listen, someone who's not going to take what's happening or what's said personally, that can really just listen to understand and then be able to lead a team. And so you need someone who understands the adaptive and technical aspects of leadership, meaning they need to know how to run a multi-million-dollar organization, but also know how to support the people within the organization who are still, for whatever reason, maybe going through some things. And so that adaptive and technical leadership aspect, they need both of those. And quite frankly, I think you need someone who understands the fiscal and financial capital gain, I'm going into bond language, so I don't want to go there. Just understands the fiscal, financial, and what is the word I'm looking for? The operational aspects, the buildings, the facilities, pieces that are going on so that we can definitely move forward in a positive direction. So, forgive me, my brain was just a little off from
To add to that, from the research that I've done, I know you've had the tragedy and some situations like that. I think leadership, finding a leader means more than someone just taking the helm. I think it's someone who can influence, someone who can build trust in the community with people, someone who can build a team within the school district and outside the school district to support the school district. It's someone who's collaborative, we all use that word, but really can be out there, who's a people person, someone who's honest and transparent, personable, approachable. All of those are the personal characteristics I would say a person would need in order to do a good job in this position.
And then just to round that off, an educator, someone who understands the curriculum and instructional aspects, because what's happened after COVID and with the tragedy, we need to get back to business, and we need to focus on elevating the standards and the way that we are approaching the standards, and getting back to some of the basics of educating, but also the innovative parts of education. There's a lot of innovation that's happened over the last few years, and so you need someone who understands all of that. That's what I mean by that technical and adaptive. The technical pieces of the work are, the education, what's happening in the classrooms, being able to support principals and central office folks. The adaptive piece being the people. Understand that people make this business, and so you've got to be able to connect with them, especially after everything that's occurred.
Anyone else? James?
So I've asked the other two firms, so I'm going to keep in par with it. Have you guys ever gotten into an agreement or a contract with a district where it hasn't worked out and you guys have had severed or had to, in that terms with them?
Us personally or the organization?
The organization.
I'm not aware if we have. I've never been a part of one where it's been severed, the contract's been broken for any reason, and they've parted ways. There may have been some in the past. I couldn't speak to that, but I've never been aware of any.
Okay.
But that is some information we can get back to you if we can call the office and find out and send you an email with that information if it has happened.
Okay, thank you.
Erin?
So when you present the candidates to us, you had said that you won't give us all of the candidates, you'll just give us the ones that, based on our profile, am I understanding that correctly, that you feel are the best suited? Do you differentiate them in any way or fashion?
Yes. And again, this is up to you as the board how you want to do this. In most states, with most searches that I've been a part of, we get the let's just use the number 30. Let's say there's 30 applicants, okay? We vet those, and we try to narrow that down to what we call the short list. We will vet the ones out that just don't have the qualifications. They just don't have the experience. For whatever reason, they just don't seem to fit. I would always try to get that number down to 10 or 12 on the short list. Then we start really doing some intense work with that 10 or 12 and doing reference checks and talking, and we'll do a tremendous amount of communication with each other and with our company, and then we narrow that list down to what I call the short list. The semifinal list, which may be 4 people, maybe 6 people, and we do those video interviews that Dr. Holt's already mentioned. Generally, it's around 6 people, and that way you get to see them, and that's a taped interview. We give them like 3 questions, and they have 3 minutes to answer each question. And what that does for you and for us is get the opportunity to hear them speak, get the opportunity to hear them whether they answer the question or not that's been asked. We get to see them, their facial expressions, their mannerism, their passion, all of that about education, what they believe in those video interviews. And we'll share those with you. Sometimes we do that in person, sometimes we do it by Zoom. And then you at that point tell us, these are maybe the semifinalists or the finalists. These are the 3 that we really want to focus in on. We want to bring them in for a in-person interview. And we go from there. So, it's a step-by-step process of narrowing it down, and you will drive the train on that. If you say, but we want to see all 30 applicants, we can do that. We'll allow you to do that.
I would say my last search in Connecticut, the board wanted to see all of the candidates. There was just some things going on, and so we did. We shared all of the candidates, and then they helped us with the narrowing from their perspective as well. So it's not impossible, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, the one thing we want to make sure, though, that we do define that process in the beginning, because we need to tell those candidates, here's the process, this is what's going to, because they're going to ask, especially if they're a sitting superintendent in a successful district, first question they're going to ask us is, will my name be released to the media?
Exactly.
And if it is, most of the time they're fine with it as long as they know at what point. We don't want to be blindsided. We don't want to blindside them. We don't want to give them misinformation that either all names will be released to the media, or just the finalists or just the semifinalists. Those will be, and you'll make that determination. We don't drive that. We'll help you and advise you or suggest, but you make that determination.
Anybody else?
I do have one. As far as the community feedback, you said it was be organized in a document put together. What does that look like? Is it just literally
It's a packet.
a packet that we would all get a copy of?
Yep, it's a packet of information. We give you the answers to every single question. Only thing we removed is if there's any foul language or inappropriate language for children to read. That's the way we think of it, you know the words. Or if they mention anyone by name, we will take those names out. But you get everything that they say as written.
So what we do in the stakeholder processes, and I won't tell you the questions now, but there's basically 4 questions that we ask. And so for every group that we meet with, we ask those 4 questions, and they give us feedback. That gives us the opportunity to compare and contrast answers. Well, the parents feel this way, but the students feel this way. The community members feel this way. The government officials said this. Some of them, we look for those common threads throughout all, and those are the ones that we'll give you all of them, but we'll identify a list of those that we think that we heard more of than anything else. It could be anything, but we'll identify those, but you'll be able to pick those out as well as you go through that document.
And then would the candidates see that packet, or would it just be up to us to?
It's up to you if you
How
wanna-
is that communicated?
It's up to you if you want to put it on your website. Many school districts choose to do that, put it on their website. We ask you before we put it on our website, but if you say we're going to publicize it, we put it on the McPherson Jacobson website and tell candidates it's there if they want to see it. It's helpful to them, actually. They know what the issues are.
And you can tell which candidates have read it and done their homework and which have not, so it's a really good resource.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming out. It was
Thank
a
you.
pleasure hearing your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate
Thank
you.
you again.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting
Nice
you,
to meet
Shelley.
you
Nice
all.
meeting you, Barry.
Nice
Thank
meeting
you.
you, Dr. Vicky.
May I ask the question, are you planning to make a decision tonight, or will it be a?
I think we are. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Section 5 of the agenda, consent agenda, minutes from the November 14th, 2023 regular meeting. Can I have a recommendation? Aaron?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Amanda, support? Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Superintendent's report, Dr. Markovich?
Yeah, very briefly, I just want to call to your attention, we did pull together all of the feedback that we got from our listening sessions. We held 14 of them last week. We spoke with 41 parents. We spoke with 81 staff people. And all of the verbatim both the group conversations that were up on big chart paper as well as the written responses we collected from everybody are given to you in your board packets tonight. We will post them on the website tomorrow under the guidepost tag so that everyone can read them. We're reviewing this as we are going through the guidepost report again in light of what we heard, and this will then become an appendix to our response to that report as well. So I just bring it to your attention that it's here tonight and it will be up tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Board of Education matters, selection of superintendent search firm. Does anybody want to make a motion? I know it's.
I will.
Okay,
Move to approve to select Hazard Young, Atia and Associates to conduct the superintendent search for Oxford Community Schools.
second, James? Okay, discussion.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
Okay, go.
Say-
Mike, please.
I'm sure everybody's got something to say.
No,
so
I was just gonna
kinda
say,
go around.
one of the things, I mean, obviously, we're seeing the packet here, and I know it was up on the screen, but, since we formally asked the other, firms, they do have the timeline draft right up in here, mid-December, so they're planning on starting mid-December with, meeting with the board and determining the process, and then even mid-late December, having those, individual board interviews, and then we'd start. So I know we asked specifically those questions with the other firms. Yes.
Mhm. Although I think that they were all willing to start as soon as we needed. I don't think any of them said that they wouldn't.
I'm just wondering if if Amanda, you can start with why this was your choice, and maybe we can start with that.
Yep. Okay. Sure. So I'm glad to hear that others agree. Hazard Young, I thought in the research phase of looking at their proposal, they did an excellent job of putting it together. They really tailored to Oxford, I thought. You know, I think all three of them tonight did a great job and are certainly capable, but I really think that Hazard Young stood out for a lot of the right reasons. I think that they understand our community. I love that they focus on stakeholder input and involvement. I love that they go a little bit above and beyond what the other ones do as far as that goes, with the focus groups, the attention to the students and what they're looking for, the parents. I like the detail of interviewing all of us separately to figure out what we want. I thought that, you know, of course, you know me and I love stats and figures, and I thought that they did an excellent job of backing up all of their information and the process every step of the way with, you know, research-driven facts. And so just all in all, they were my favorite.
Okay. James?
So, you know, listening to all three of them, right, they, to me, stood out as the strongest, not only for the points that Amanda made, but just, I mean, I go back and kind of confer, or I guess agree is the word I'm trying to say. You know, they laid out the tentative timeline, right? It's not up for questions. Going through the different sections, I mean, it's very detailed on here. I guess I'm actually repeating everything that Amanda said, now that I'm hearing it aloud. But I do like the sample interview questions that are there. I mean, it's very thorough, and it was a good presentation. You know, and the reason why I second them is listening to the other ones, I had some concerns with the last group on some of the, like, the unknown cost and things that kept kind of creeping in, like that's an additional cost, or we don't have that, and we don't need that. You know, we need to have some surety stuff, but definitely the listening stuff and listening and being versatile on it, listening to what he was saying about, you know, the in-person and Zooms and being flexible with people in the community. I mean, yes, ultimately, you know, we have to make the decision, but we need input from everybody, all the stakeholders, and I think their approach of doing that is going to give us the best information of what other people are thinking within the community.
Okay. Anybody else?
I would also support that in the fact that they were succinct, they were organized, they have a lot of resources to support new board members, experienced board members, the community, and even our students through the process, mentioning things like adapting to our parents' schedules and doing Sundays at 7 p.m. You know, light bulb moment, most of us are home at 7 p.m. and, you know, post-dinner, you know, kind of settle down phase and available maybe to participate. They really did a great job in the proposal and went into a lot of detail. And they've placed some school districts that have had some unfortunate tragedies like our own. So I think they have the relations services to know what recovery looks like. So that'd be my 2 cents.
I agree. I felt that all three responses were professionally done, were professionally laid out. I feel like all the timelines were also very similar, even though they actually had one that was specified. They all spoke to the timeline and did, and I think we're willing to get going January 1 type thing anyways. But I too felt that they were really, the proposal, if you really kind of apples to apples, if you do a more of a comparison, I felt like they were really, as far as inviting the public participation, inviting stakeholder participation, inviting staff participation, student, all of it, just the transition phases from 1 to 2, you know, most of you up here have never done this before, so it's a big process, and it really is the most important job that we do. So I felt that they were really prepared. They would all do great, though. I appreciate the response. I thought the RFPs were all responded to well.
And just to note, I'm surprised no one mentioned the portal. Looking, as far as their portal, it looks
Oh, like the board portal that
yeah,
they mentioned?
it
Yeah.
looks like the data and input that we would be getting would be very organized and easy to comb through. I would have, honestly, I would have some concern with just getting a whole packet of community response. And that was definitely a strength that I noted for HYA. And honestly, because I was the one that was following with Mike as well, and he really did respond whenever I needed him to, whether it was Friday night or whenever, right? So I saw that as well, and physically. So
Yeah, I want to agree with that board portal. I thought that was fantastic, and I think my favorite part of that was the transition phase aspect, where for the first 6 months after, the superintendent is still receiving feedback from board members through that portal and can adjust and pivot as necessary. So, yeah, I just want to agree that that portal sounded like a really, good tool.
I think awareness of Michigan searches that are currently happening is important too, as we know there are a lot occurring, and the fact that they've already secured two, they know what the challenges in the market are going to be.
And clever, they've really personalized our thing, which, those are little details, but details also stand out. So those are little details that make you feel like they really took the time to do their own research on Oxford and use our pictures and our logo and just little details. Anything further?
Yeah, I
Colleen?
just have one comment. I actually liked the first two firms. They would both. I think that Hazard Young will just cast a bigger net for us, and I think we're at a time where we need to cast a bigger net. So
I agree.
I liked them a lot.
Okay.
I liked everything about them. So.
Mary?
Were they working on any other Michigan searches right now? Did we ask that question? I'm sorry, it
They
all
did
kind of
say
went
no.
together for me
Midland
after.
and Ann
Ann
Arbor,
Arbor,
I believe.
yeah, and
Oh, they're the ones that are doing Ann Arbor and Midland, so
Yep.
they're already, okay, okay. Sorry, pardon,
I
but
believe
not
it-
this team.
I believe it might be, well, at least one.
There's 3 of them. Sorry.
I believe at minimum it's led by Mike.
Well, and those are different, those, we're kind of in the middle of the two. Now, I don't know the size of Midland, but Ann Arbor's huge, and they just got a lot of bond money, and they've got totally different things going on than we do. I don't know the size of Midland, so that could prove to our advantage also, in recruiting. Do you know the size of that district? Yeah.
So
Okay.
Mike, the guy that came here, would actually
He's out there.
be, okay.
You could ask him if you wanted to, I guess. Oh,
Oh, okay.
Midland?
Okay. Interesting, okay.
So it's still a different type community,
Yeah,
but
for
if the size is similar, that's good to know too. Being up north. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And again, thank you very much to all 3 firms, MLI, Hazard Young and Atea, and McPherson and Jacobson for coming, for your presentation, for your time, for your response to the RFP. Thank you very much. Okay. Board of Education meeting schedule location.
I can make the motion if you want.
Go ahead.
Move to approve the change of the meeting location for the remaining Board of Education meetings for the 2023-2024 school year, or to be held at Lakeville Elementary School.
Support? James, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Curriculum and instruction, Ms. Anita and Mr. Wolf? No?
Gary
Oh,
is,
Gary.
yes,
Gary.
Gary's going to be presenting for us tonight.
It is a little fuzzy. fuzzy.
That's Glory, right?
Right.
Yes,
I'm not having
yes,
a
yes,
stroke or
yes.
anything.
No.
Thank
Very
goodness.
good.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good, we have a whole
Good,
team,
good.
that's great.
A good team.
There you go.
Great
That's a
team.
lot better.
There's all kinds of middle school trouble over there.
All right, one more. Just the left and right go. Okay, great.
All right, good evening. This is Gary Van Stavert. It is good to see all of you again. And with me, we have our middle school INS, which is Individuals and Societies teachers. We have 6th grade, Noah Grove. 6th grade, Mike Forrester. 7th grade, Noah Grove. And then 8th grade, Brian Cisneros.
Hello?
And so what we're going to talk to you about tonight is our curriculum resources that we have had an extended pilot process on just over a year. And so we're going to be asking for your approval to adopt those curriculum resources. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to talk about some of the changes that have been made in our department over the last several years, some out of necessity and some just out of the best interests of our students. And so we're going to start with what we were basically using to guide us as we rewrote our unit planners, the MYP framework, IB, middle years program, and our students. Putting those things first are going to lead to our eventual result we're looking for in our district, and that is the portrait of a graduate. We want our students to graduate with skills that are going to make them successful, contributing students, or I should say citizens in the global society. Next slide. So this is just a brief overview of the process. Atlas Rubicon is where we house our units. Each unit is essentially a blueprint. This is a guaranteed and viable curriculum, meaning that any student who attends Oxford Middle School, it doesn't matter if they're on the blue team or the gold team, they're going to get the same education and the same experience. And it's viable because these blueprints in Atlas, they just need to be followed by whoever comes after us. And so it's a pretty slick curriculum. One of the things we were really focused on in the beginning was not just the content that the state of Michigan says to teach, but concepts, those transitions, those things that are transferable across all disciplines, and skills, the approaches to learning. So those are embedded into each of the unit planners. Next slide, please. So the need for change. I discussed that some of this was out of necessity. In 2019, the state of Michigan changed the curriculums for K through 12 content standard social studies. In 8th grade, Ryan Clark and I, we got lucky. We didn't really have a lot of changes, so not a lot had to be done. But in 6th and 7th grade geography, the state of Michigan chose to move a lot of the content into different places, and so a lot of work had to be done amongst the 6th and 7th grade staff. And so a lot of that work was done last spring with Rita Van Snever, our former MYP coordinator, and I'm very proud of the work our department has done, so we're here to highlight that. All right, moving on to the next slide. I told you that the 8th grade did not have a lot of content changes, but we had a little surprise in the fall of 2019 when our online textbook resource wasn't there, it was gone. It turns out that that company who were using the online textbook website along with the actual hardcover textbook, they had gotten bought out, and then that edition had been rewritten and updated. And so they had a brand new website ready to go. Ken Weaver, back in 2019, purchased a class set of textbooks for Ryan Clark and I. So we have brand new textbooks. They're awesome. Our old textbooks were really old and tore up. And the new website with this new textbook, it goes along with the old one because this company bought the old one. It's a seamless transition for the 8th grade. So that's why we adopted it straight away, and we continue to use it today. But 6th and 7th grade are a little bit different. Our students in 8th grade are ready to move on to high school, but 6th graders certainly are a lot different than our 8th graders. So I'm going to let the 7th and 6th grade teachers talk to you about their process for coming up with their resources. We'll start with Noah in 7th grade geography.
Perfect, thank you. So as a 7th grade cohort, Cassandra and myself, we piloted 3 different products or textbooks, HMH, TCI, and then Savas. We settled on Savas. That was a resource that really benefited our students, going through more of a project-based environment, so using that text to really engage their learning throughout the units rather than just a normal textbook. That is why we settled on the Savas text. is it has the interactive online portion. So students are able to take that textbook home with them, engage online, and also have the classroom set in the classroom as well. So again, it gave us that versatility at home, in the classroom, along with working together with that collaboration piece, again, with the project-based learning. So that is what we settled on, and I'll give it away to the sixth grade.
All right, good evening. So actually, most of my career here at Oxford, I have taught 7th grade, so I got very familiar with the 7th grade curriculum, which I enjoy. Ancient world history, it tells a narrative, throughout thousands of years. And this is my 3rd year teaching 6th grade. And I had the fortune of teaching with a colleague named Paige Kelly. This is her 2nd year in Oxford, and she was an awesome hire. And she and I, last year, as we were going through the 6th grade curriculum, what we ended up doing is we were piloting for about a third of the year curriculum by TCI, and then also curriculum by Savas. And what we found in evaluating both, it seemed like the students seemed to be more engaged with the TCI curriculum. It offered different entry points into helping build the knowledge and the skills. Whereas maybe as a teacher and teaching a while with the text from Savas, that's how I was very text-based learning when I was growing up. And it's different now. Textbooks, yeah, you need the material. You need, whether it be online or the textbook. TCI has some interesting things that we can integrate with our curriculum. And one of those, we have mapping labs prior to learning about different regions of the world. They have interactive student notebooks. They're asked questions. There are different times where things can get pretty rigorous, and they have to rely on finding information in different resources. They're technology-wise with the TCI. There are different tools that they have as part of the online portion, where students, in terms of for differentiation, students have, with the technology, they have the option. They can have the text read to them if they want. And that is a need for some students, not to get distracted with decoding the words, but listening and comprehending that way. And so TCI, that's one of the features of that. But there are a whole variety of things and resources, and we've kind of, in some ways, we've only scratched the surface with that. But we thought that with the TCI, that was going to be a better way to help 6th grade learners be introduced to geography at the 6th grade level.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Noah. What it comes down to is that these resources are the best fit for these grade levels. 6th graders are different than 7th graders, 7th graders are different than 8th graders, and so on. So the next thing I want to talk about are kind of the nuts and bolts of our department. Since our department last presented curriculum, there was no PLC last time. PLC is a professional learning community, and I'm honored to be the leader of our department's PLC. When we meet in our PLC as a department, we are one of the highest functioning PLCs in the building. We support each other through and through. We get along as friends, and what we talk about in our discussions in the meetings are all student-centered. Instruction, curriculum, assessment, data, and in those meetings we get a lot of feedback from each other to help each other out. So we work through some of our problems. And then, of course, our course goals throughout our department. We really just want to strive to have our kids become that portrait of graduate, kids that are going to be ready to go out into the job force and be productive citizens in the global society. And then, at the end of the presentation, hopefully everybody had time to view these examples. We're going to start with some 8th grade examples. Unit 1 was already taught. My job is to teach the Revolutionary War to the last half of the 19th century. So that's our unit map and atlas. We have those units, and that's their time frame. Then this is our first unit. Our statement of inquiry is the process of decision-making impacts interactions within a system. So systems are the concepts that we're talking about across these grade levels vertically. It's covered. We have our inquiry pieces, our approaches to learning, the global context, and included some examples of learning. These are the things you would see in the unit planner blueprints, and the teachers who would come after us would follow the blueprints that we've set in place. And of course, these are living, breathing documents. We always want them to be the best for the kids. The next slide is going to highlight some of the learning experiences the students have in 8th grade. Early on, they do a breaking news story, live act out. The Declaration of Independence has been signed. We talk about conflict resolution. We have a founding fathers display in our school that we do a scavenger hunt on. It's a lot of fun. We play a lot of games in class, very engaging stuff, because history can tend to be boring. I keep them engaged through games. And we have a lot of fun, as you can see these kids over here. I kind of forgot to put that picture there, but they try to be silly sometimes, but it's fun. So I'm going to let 7th grade go ahead and just kind of briefly discuss some of their examples.
So again, right up here, our units are broken down into 6 different units. Unit 6 kind of spans over a large time frame of many units, so it's more so broken down into 5 that are consecutive. But we start out just thinking like a historian. Our class in 7th grade is more the first, more so history class that a student ends up having throughout their educational journey. So 6th grade is more geography. When they get to 7th grade, it's more so getting into that kind of ancient world history, and the first time that they've really kind of dove deep into that. So again, after we go through that, again, we go into the, getting back to that here. Thank you. So again, as we go through that, again, getting into starting civilizations and things like that, we're on Unit 3 currently, so we're talking about Mesopotamia, kind of the Middle East at the moment. So again, starting the civilizations. Thank you. So going on to our thinking like a historian, so time, place, space, again, understanding where in the world things are happening, when they happen. It didn't happen yesterday, and it's not right next door. Again, it's across the ocean, again, over there. So, again, that's kind of a snapshot right here. We give a lot of pieces from the classroom, being able to, okay, so up here, again, being able to use our awesome campus at the middle school, a hunter-gatherer hike, so as we kind of start our unit, understanding where the best place would be to start a civilization or have the resources to continue. As we get down here, here's one of our ancient Rome leaders posters. So again, being able to research and then use the kind of cross-curricular with the art or interest, being able to do that there. Cassandra Yo was able to, with her windows in her classroom, create a Roman mosaic, which was very interesting, very engaging for the students that they were able to connect with. So again, it's just a quick snapshot. Again, you guys have them in front of you. That's about it for 7th grade.
All right, next slide, please. Yeah, and this will give you an overview of what our curriculum is all about. And they think they're trying to learn how to think like historians in 7th grade. In geography, it's trying to think like a geographer. And our brains automatically think geographically. You always want to think, well, what's the quickest way home, or this way, or that way. And so our brains are kind of has that spatial aspect to it. So we go through the year and we introduce them to geography, geographic terms and skills. And as we go through the year with these different topics, we try and integrate different regions of the world as we do that. All right.
These units all follow the same basic blueprint. So we'll just take a look at some of the examples from the 6th grade learning. I think you have some slides there. Yeah. So these are some of the TCI resources that they're able to showcase for you. The textbook, it looks a lot different than the textbook that I use in 8th grade U.S. history. This has a lot more graphics and things. I like the 8th grade textbook because it's written more like a high school textbook, so to speak. But this works really well for, I think, the 6th graders. You can see they're engaged, they're creative, they're building stuff. I love it.
Yep, he summed it up pretty well. And we've already engaged in some project-based learning where they had to create tissue box, what were they called back in the day? Diagrams. And I'm from back in the day, but I couldn't remember the name for it. And they created in groups, they created these, and for different climate regions in North America. They enjoy doing that, but yet they're using the knowledge, they're using the creativity, and you can see some of those right there. Using our technology with the Promethean boards, thank you for that purchase. That's another way that kids, it's not just me using the interactive whiteboard, but it's an opportunity to get kids involved with the technology, reporting out their answers. The TCI materials, visually appealing, but there's content to back it up as well.
That's all we have for you tonight.
Great.
Do you have any questions for us about anything? I know we probably took more time than we wanted to.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
It's not easy to kind of sum up the things we've been doing over the last few years in just a short amount of time.
We appreciate the information, and like you said, the last time you guys were here, it was much different.
It was.
I remember, like, completely different.
Yes.
So,
Times have changed.
yeah, so
have
appreciate
we.
it.
We're changing with the
Yeah.
times.
Good.
All right, well, thank you
Any
very much.
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Mary has a...
Thanks. I just had I did have a comment. It's great to hear that the PLCs are working really well for you, and
Yes.
and it's great to see that you're collaborating across the grades, and we don't have to use the same materials because we have the blueprint, of what we
Right.
have to teach. But anyway, it's great to get that feedback too, that
We
the
thought that
PLCs
might
are
be a
working
concern
well.
for the board that we're using 3 different resources, but we feel like the resources are best for each grade, and that's why we did that.
And it's great that you're working together, so you're sure that the students can also transition to a different type of learning, but they're changing every day
They
too.
are,
It's
they
middle
are.
school.
They're
You guys
adapting.
make middle school sound like fun. Thank you.
It is fun.
I wanted to pipe in a little bit. As our department, we're fortunate to have Brian as our PLC leader because with his leadership, it's kind of set the tone for us where we can talk about, things that, how to do things better, but, we care about each other as individuals too, and that I think that's important to have that also.
Thank you.
Sure is.
All right.
Yep.
Well, thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Very nice job. Miss Beal.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask you to appoint an Oxford parent representative to the Oakland County Parent Advisory Committee listed at Oakland Schools. Each school district is encouraged to appoint 1 or 2 parents of students with disabilities who either have an IFSP or an IEP and receive special education services to send them to the Oakland Schools PAC. Historically, Oxford has had 2 representatives. They attend monthly meetings, they talk about membership work, legal updates, and they get training on various topics related to special education. Then they come back and I meet with our OPAC, they call themselves the Oxford PAC, and we talk about what we can do here in Oxford for our families with students with disabilities. So like I said, we typically have 2 board-appointed representatives. We recently had one whose child left the district, so it left an open chair. I ask our special education teachers for recommendations on parents who have an interest or high interest in special education advocacy. And so I am here tonight to ask you to appoint Emily Lesnow to our Oxford Parent Advisory Committee. She was recommended by a teacher for being very interested in that special education advocacy work. She's attending classes through the Michigan Alliance for Families. And then I had the opportunity to work with her a few times this school year, and her passion for special education is truly there. So Emily is here. Give a wave. She came tonight. If you approve her appointment, she can attend next month's meeting at Oakland Schools, and then she can meet with me in the other background. Any questions?
Well, thank you, Emily, for offering to do that and for offering to be a voice and an advocacy for our special ed kids. I remember meeting you several years ago, and you and I having a conversation. Do you remember that? Yep, about our kids. So I just appreciate you stepping up to the plate and doing something for those kids and willing to be an advocate. It takes a lot of time to do all that and to go all those meetings, and it's a sacrifice. So thank you. I'd like to do the motion then. Move to approve the recommendation to appoint Emily Lesnow to the Oakland County Parent Advisory Committee as presented. Support? Aaron? Discussion? Thank you again.
Thank you again.
There she is. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move into unscheduled public comment. I'd like to remind everybody of the rules, that everybody is given 3 minutes. It is, we ask that you try and stick to those 3 minutes. You'll get a buzzer. Well, first there'll be a light to let you know over there that you have 30 seconds remaining on your time, and then a buzzer. We really would ask that you please try and wrap up your thoughts and your comments to be fair to everybody. It's unfair if someone takes an extended amount of time. So if you could try and follow those rules, we would appreciate it. And we'll go right into it here. Max Reed. I think so. Table, is that okay? Thank you.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello? Everybody can hear me?
Yep, I think so.
All right. Hi. For those of you who don't know me, which I'm assuming is all, if not most of you, my name is Max Reed, and I am a senior at Oxford High School. I am 17 years old. I was 15 at the time of the shooting. I could not even drive a car yet. Let that sink in for a second. I couldn't even drive. How are you going to sit here and tell me with a straight face that I went through a school shooting because of your negligence? I am not one for public speaking, so this must be pretty damn important. On November 30th at approximately 12:51 p.m., I lost my innocence because each and every one of you has failed us. You failed us, the children you were supposed to protect, and you have proved time and time again that you will continue to fail us. You failed when you brought in not Dr. Henry, when you shut down counseling services not even 6 months after the tragedy had occurred. You hired counselors who are more focused on our grades than our overall mental health and well-being. I have been sent back to class during a panic attacks regarding the shooting because my education is, quote, more important. Tell me how I'm supposed to learn when it feels like the walls are closing in on me. I can't breathe. I can't see because I've been crying too much, and my heart is in my throat. Could you learn like that? Anybody? Didn't think so. You can't even step foot into Oxford High School, and yet you make us walk in that building every single day. The building that we lost classmates, family members, and some more. I lost myself that day, and I'm considered lucky. My best friend, Clay Schilling, lost his older brother. I am changed forever as a person. I am scared to go to college. I am scared to have kids someday for fear that when I drop them off, it could be the last time I ever see them before they die. Because of people like you. You were responsible for keeping us safe. We trusted you. You will never earn that trust back. I may be a senior this year, but I will come to as many board meetings as I need to get my point across. To make sure that my baby brother won't have to deal with such ignorant people. Do the right thing. Resign. We need to heal, and we cannot do that with you guys in charge.
Thank you, Max. Giselle?
How are you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not great. Hello, my name is Giselle Gillum. I'm a junior at Oxford High School. As I'd hope you remember, I'm here to kick and scream and stomp my feet. On November 21st, I became the student leader for the We Will Be Heard walkout and rally. We hung a homemade memorial and took a moment of silence for Hannah, Tate, Madison, and Justin. We also had a conversation. We talked about our feelings and the things we wanted changed. For the first time in 2 years, I stood with an army of wildcats. We felt like we could speak up, and that's exactly what we did. I addressed the press with a group of students that I love dearly, standing by my side, and spoke to my community. Now they hear us too. It has been 728 days since we lost 4 beautiful humans. 728 days since hundreds of children's lives were changed forever. 728 days since you failed to perform your duty, failed your responsibility, failed your expected function, and failed to follow or implement policies and procedures to protect your children. Every morning, I wake up and grieve the loss of the innocence of children you were responsible for protecting. Every day, I wake up and feel the pain of the experiences of November 30th. Every day, your lack of responsibility and accountability takes a new toll on the lives of my Wildcats. That is 728 days of new pain and new scars that you are responsible for. One thing I'm not sure you understand yet is that just because you weren't sitting in those chairs on November 30th doesn't mean that you aren't responsible. It doesn't give you immunity. As long as you sit and refuse to defend and protect us, your faces are just as disgusting to me as the ones whose actions caused this. As long as you sit there and defend the people accountable while refusing to resign, you cause fresh wounds. In 2 days, this community will wake up and know that it has been 2 years since the shooting. We will know that it has been 2 years since you have done anything to assist in the healing and protection of the students you claim to love. It's insulting to me that you believe standing here with your stone-cold, emotionless faces will help us heal. If you truly care, then resign. The only thing that you justify doing to us is silencing us. You have proven that day in and day out. If there is anything you wish to do for us, resign. The morning of our walkout, I had Oakland County Emergency Services dispatch a crisis trauma team to stand alongside and support myself and the students participating. They were kicked off the premises and threatened to be arrested. Their vehicles were searched and they were unable to be present for the students that needed them. This is the same team that attempted to come and provide healing for students after November 30th, and you refused their access yet again. What else do we have to do? How much more will it take? Vicki, when you told the press that you didn't know what healing services we were asking for, these are the ones you have removed over and over. Other than that comment, you had nothing to say to the press. No comment, every time. If you want to protect us, resign. If you want us to heal, resign. If you love us, resign. If you care, resign. If you are so passionate about this community, resign. If you claim to want what's best for us, resign. Vicki, Heather, Mary, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Hopkins, it's not appropriate for you to be here to show your faces in this district. Leave, resign. We don't want you here.
Okay. Layla Zellers. Did I mispronounce your last name?
No, it's Zellers.
Okay, thank you.
I assume you can hear me. I have no idea. Okay. Good evening. My name is Layla Zellers. I am 18 years old and a senior at Oxford High School. I have gone to Oxford since my freshman year, and it is now my 3rd school. I came to Oxford in hopes of a fresh start and the opportunity to connect with new people all around. While I did connect with new people, I never thought it'd be due to the fact that we had to endure a school shooting together. Each year, I have hoped for some normalcy, but time and time again, we are failed by all of you, as well as the people you have running our school. Each year, all of us hope for you to get over yourselves and admit to your wrongdoings and the fact that you are all so childish to the point where you can't even admit that you messed up and have ruined our lives bit by bit. You have ripped our hearts out and stomped on them over and over again by trying to cover up everything that you have caused. You've claimed time and time again that you've provided us with ways to cope and help, but all you have done is made our lives a living hell and thrown away any chance we've had to heal. You shut out the opinions of the people's lives you've affected just to give yourself a good name. But you can see now how well that's working out for you. This is never going to be over until we get what we want.
I came to Oxford High School in the first place because we were told that the opportunities were amazing and there were so many benefits to it. I used to love coming to school, but now it becomes more and more of a chore each day. Having to walk those halls each day knowing that we had friends and family die there is something none of us should have to do. We were told months before it happened that, oh, this won't ever happen to us. We're least likely to go through a school shooting. But here we are 2 years later and we were lied to. We were told if anything occurred, that they would have it handled and nothing would happen to us and that we were oh so safe. I was just a sophomore and had recently turned 16 when the shooting occurred. I've lived through 2 years and still nothing has changed. Sure, we have evolved now in our security, but where is it when everyone's out of school? As soon as school ends, the doors are left unlocked and anyone could walk in. While we have few drops of hope left in us to believe that it won't happen to us again, the anxiety of all the what ifs will never go away. We live every day wondering if we'll be next and constantly checking our surroundings and scoping out every possible exit in case it were to happen all over again. I was just 16. While kids in other schools are living their lives and going to school just happy to be there and see friends, we're going to school just hoping and praying to make it through another day because we don't trust anyone anymore. We live each day wondering if it'll be the last. We hug all of our friends tighter and tell them we love them more now because we've gone through this once and we can't trust that it won't happen to us again. The trauma never stops and the nightmares never go away. And while we were going through all of this, all you did was cover your tracks and lie your way to victory, and here we are now. We may not be able to get rid of the trauma and the nightmares, but we can and will get rid of you. You can't silence us anymore. You will hear our voices. We're not going to shut up until this hell is over. This was our lives that you stole from us. You stole our trust and happiness from us. All you've given us is a lifetime of trauma, PTSD, anxiety, depression, and so many other things. You did this to us. You deserve to have to sit here and listen to us speak our truth until we get the justice we deserve. We will fight and yell and do whatever we need to in order for you to get over yourselves and grow up and realize the mess you caused but won't admit to. The blood is on your hands. Own up to it already.
Okay, thank you, Layla. Jack Woodruff.
Hello, my name is Jack Woodruff, and I'm a senior at Oxford High School. I had absolutely no intentions of speaking out loud today, but after nearly 2 years of being quiet, I realized it's exactly what you wanted. So I won't be quiet, and I'll speak my piece before I get shut down. I find it amazing that 728 days later, after November 30th of 2021, we are still standing in front of you, begging and pleading for some change to start the healing process. November 30th plagues me. It eats away at my very existence. Every day I wake up and I think of hearing gunshots in the hallway that I used to play with my friends in and learn in. Now I go down specific hallways and I have to call my mom to go home because even being in the proximity of which my friend died, I break down. The first and last thought on my mind when I wake up and go to sleep is that 4 Wildcats are missing from our small town and can't go home. I attended the last board meeting and the reactions I got from the school board were absolutely disgusting and made me sick to the core. I witnessed the ashes of Tate sitting next to his father, and I heard Madison's mom stand up in front of you with everything she had, begged you to resign, and you sat with stone-cold faces with no empathy or remorse for your guilt. To add insult to injury, just over a week ago, me along with 37 other students from Oxford High School walked out of school, and a select amount of you wouldn't even permit our principal to announce the walkout to the rest of the students at Oxford High School. Instead, you sent emails to parents and teachers stating that the consequences of trying to make a change and remembering the fallen would result in an absence for that class. I stood outside crying for hanging a wreath for Tate, Hannah, Madison, and Justin. Oxford as a community and so many other surrounding communities are so tired of seeing the neglect and failures of Oxford High School staff and their board leaders. And to be quite fair, so am I. I'm tired of crying and having my eyes swollen shut. In 2 days will be the 2-year mark that I seen my friends, children, being carried out in stretchers. 2 years since I walked alone to Meyer without a phone or any friends to consult me. 2 years since my friends thought I had died when thought I had been shot when I left the bathroom I was originally hiding in. 2 years since I cried at my mother's feet begging her to tell me it wasn't real. 2 years since I lost my friend. I'm tired of sitting and being so utterly depressed about what happened on November 30th. I'm so tired and exhausted from the survivor's guilt that I still feel this to this day. I feel so awful about myself that I got to go home and others didn't. I'm tired of seeing your face sit in power in front of me and the countless other survivors as if you aren't directly involved with the death that occurred on the 30th. I want you gone. 2,000 plus people want you gone. Your faces make me think of my fallen classmates that were senselessly taken from me and murdered in cold blood. You disgust me. I'm 17. I've been fighting this war for too long. You need to go to a bathroom and not only try to wash the blood out from your hands, but maybe take a deep look in the mirror and think, to maybe help 2,000 plus kids, feel better, and even just help myself from being ridiculed and hated every day, maybe I should resign. We want you gone. We want Hopkins gone. We want everybody directly involved with the 30th and the horrors of that day erased completely from anything to do with Oxford. On November 28th and 29th, a select few had the chance to stop the incoming slaughter that would take place less than 48 hours later. When I was a freshman, I was taken from my class and walked down to the office with 2 security guards with 2 of my friends and was held after school to be searched, interrogated, and questioned because they thought I had a vape in my possession. You knew there was a mentally troubled and heavily challenged kid in our hallway with an attraction to violence, weapons, guns, gore, and death. There were very, very specific drawings, Google searches, and over 5 eyewitness accounts to support the claim of a kid searching guns and ammo, and to support the fact that there were dead bodies and guns drawn on homework pages. You even had a bird head in a jar filled with what seemed to be piss in one of your bathrooms. No one ever thought to handcuff him, search him, question him. You sent him back to class with a slap on the wrist, and during passing time, he killed 4 and heavily injured so much more. This is who our school board is. This is why nearly all of my friends I had during the 30th have either moved out of the state completely or moved to different schools. It is because of the fact that there has been no healing process. There has been no change. The first step is to eradicate the people that made mistakes out of our schools, and especially the school board. As my best friend said to me at the last meeting, your faces are our greatest triggers, and you do not belong here. Please, if not for yourselves, if not for me, if not for the 2,000 plus students traumatized and hurting because of your failures on November 30th, resign for the ones not here today. Do it for Tate, do it for Hannah, do it for Justin, and do it for Madison. Please allow everybody here and not here today sitting in this room to begin their healing process of what was your failure. Allow the kids and parents crying themselves to sleep tonight and so many other nights before tonight to start some healing and have something to grasp onto. Do it for the community you love and care about so much. Give up your throne of trauma and pain and leave. Please resign.
Okay, thank you. Andrea Jones?
Thank you to the students, first of all, for coming and speaking tonight. That's hard to follow. So my first question, well, it's not even really a question, it's more fact, is our threat assessment forms. The form given to us by the Department of Homeland Security was issued in 2011. It was revised in 2013. So in the 10 years between 2013 and 2021, sorry, not quite 10 years, 8 years, how many near misses did we have that we don't know about? How many times did we get lucky in those 8 years when we weren't completing any threat assessment forms, not one 8,400 form on file for the entire district for those 8 years? But we were doing huddle-ups with no real follow-up, no real structure. I'm glad we don't know how many near misses we had, but I'm sure that they were there. If our number now, with how many threat assessments we're performing in a year, how many should we have done in that amount of time? Again, things that we would know if people in the district cooperated with the report. That's information that should be made available to this community. My next question is about the superintendent search. So I would like to know and have it made public what characteristics and criteria you as a board are asking for of these candidates. I think we have a right to know that. And I believe that shareholders should have input into what we as a community want, and what you're going to ask for. All of that needs to be transparent, 100%. There is zero trust in this district. Hiring someone from within this district is not going to do anything to repair that. It needs to be somebody from outside of this district. That's how you begin to repair and prove that you're not keeping the circle small, that you're not secretive, that you're allowing fresh eyes into the circle. If you do not do that, how could we ever trust you? We've been through 4 or 5 superintendents now, how many board members, and everybody's come from within the circle. Prove it to us. Prove that you want the trust, that you're earning it. Allow other people in, allow fresh perspective, because the perspective outside of this community is not great, what happened here. And I think we need to be looking at how do you actually change that? Our kids deserve that. The district needs to be given back to the community at this point, so we can begin to heal and decide what direction we want to go, not the direction that you want to protect. That's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. Nicole Barnett. Ms. Barnett.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Used to presenting curriculum, so this is different. Okay, I'm going to try to stick to my 3 minutes. So for me today, the Tuesday after Thanksgiving will always overwhelm my heart with grief and sadness. With that being said, I want us all to remember and honor Tate, Hannah, Madison, and Justin as we continue into this week of remembrance. I'm not here to spew hate. Rather, I'm here to just offer the perspective of a teacher present in the 200 hallway. Almost exactly 2 years ago to the entire community. Since that day, I have listened to most board meetings, read numerous news articles, watched media outlets, and have had read every single word of the Guidepost report. Please keep in mind that on November 30th, staff walked into the building on that cold morning as a mentor and an educator for high school students and walked out as part of a mass murder investigation. Tonight, I wanted to offer perspective, and I'd like to begin with addressing the concerns surrounding the staff participation with the Guidepost report. Personally, I recall getting an email about the third-party investigation beginning. I was never told or informed not to participate. We all were encouraged by the district and offered compensation for our time. I was quickly scheduled and interviewed for over 2.5 hours at the beginning of August of 2022. Were teachers concerned or had questions? Yes. So your next question is likely why? Let's go back to the morning of 11:30. We educators love kids and want to make a positive impact on them. The moment our school made headlines, the attacks began. I saw Bouchard on the news saying a different timeline than what I recalled. I saw people on the news blaming the school, complaining that their teacher wasn't in the room. I saw media everywhere writing their own narrative, lawyers on the news as lawsuits began, and then the staff had to sit as a whole district and listen to an almost as traumatic speech from our leader that was completely out of touch. Before we could even properly grieve or say our goodbyes to our students, we were marked. Even though immediately as we entered Meyer on that snowy day and the many weeks to follow, we all voluntarily complied eagerly with interviews with local law enforcement, FBI agents, and investigators. We wholeheartedly participated. When Guidepost came to be, the staff that did not choose to participate in additional questioning did so because of many of the following reasons. A, they were not present on the 30th or felt they were not near the event and therefore had nothing relevant to share. B, they observed the treatment of staff by the media and the community and wanted to protect their families and themselves. C, they were involved in litigation and therefore under lawyer recommendation. Or D, they did not want to open that wound up. They felt weak. They already participated in the criminal investigation over the past months, and that lengthy interview of many resulted in a downward spiral in their mental health. Personally, I have felt for many years, beginning during COVID really, that the educator's voice has not frequently been a priority. Therefore, after 16 years of wholeheartedly giving my all to Oxford, I chose to take a position elsewhere at the start of this school year. I'm sorry. It still saddens me because I should have retired from here. The divide of the community, the fear of speaking freely without backlash, and the disappointing support of staff involved drove me to this heartbreaking decision. I support the families, I support the students, I care deeply about them all. I also support all of Oxford Community Schools who continue putting education and the students as number one daily in the face of backlash while navigating their own healing. It is a job that's difficult and I'm not sure anyone but educators can truly understand. In the end, I believe that at the core of all of our grief, sadness, and anger is great love. The greatest loss will always be our own, but I believe this community can lead with love to gain truth, perspective, conversations, and justice for all of our families and for one another together. I do have a few other teacher inputs, but I know my time's up, so I can always come back.
It's okay,
at
go
a
ahead.
different. You want me to read them?
Yep, they all went over.
Okay, so I asked some teachers if they wanted me to speak on their behalf, so I had a few reach out. These are not my words, so I will just read those as theirs. Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, so the first one. Well, we appreciate so many of the things that have been provided to us, the lunches during the week of the 30th, the mental health resources, and the wellness teams who have been looking for ways to help us as a staff heal from the events of November 30th. There still feels to be a hole in the support that we've experienced. November 30th was a day none of us could imagine. It impacts are still felt deeply by us all today, no matter where we feel we are on our healing journey. And we know that these impacts won't go away anytime soon. Each time the event rears its head in the news or in our community, it reopens and sometimes deepens our psychological wounds. I understand that these are not things the district can control. The trial, the community's reactions, the media attention. These all happen no matter what the district does or does not do. But what the district can do is show that it stands by its teachers, its staff, and its administrators, especially when those teachers, staff, and administrators feel they cannot stand up for themselves. There is no question about it that we are here first and foremost for our students. Every day that we walk into the building, the students are our priority. Fostering their safety, their well-being, their learning, and their joy will always come before anything else. However, soon, the only people who will be left in this building who were present on November 30th will be the teachers, staff, and administrators. How will we make sure those people feel the support and care they've been giving the students every day since we came back to school after our tragedy? Some of our colleagues have been horrendously vilified, colleagues who did the right thing in the toughest of circumstances, some of whom even sacrificed their own safety for the safety of our students. Those colleagues and every member of the faculty and staff here should feel like they're consistently, concretely, and actionably supported. These are the people who come back day after day to this building, a building where the unimaginable happened, a place where many of us experienced what was likely one of the most horrific and traumatic days of our lives. To provide an exemplary education for all of our students, to make sure our students feel seen, feel heard, and most of all, feel that they truly matter, because they do. There are a lot of wonderful things about Oxford Community Schools, and they all deserve to be recognized. But without the hard work and unfailing dedication of the staff and faculty, our foundation will surely crumble. Please do the right thing by making it clear that through your actions, that the district stands by and supports all of its employees. And then, okay, this is a different one. Hate leads to a lot of evil in the world. We have seen hate play out in the world with angry words, people harming one another, and war. There is already so much of that in the world. Hate even filled the heart of a young boy in our own community and led to the attack on November 30th, which hurt so many of us in this community in so many ways. But in the words of MLK, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Love can mean compassion, forgiveness, unity, and healing. We have seen what hate can do. Now let us see what love can do. Okay, I'm sorry. I took a lot of time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mark Gillum.
So I'd like to address you first, Vicki. I just noticed that, like during the listening sessions that you held with Guidepost, I'd go to that meeting and you had armed security and you had scanners on that everybody had to walk through, and then I'd go to the high school to watch the theater play, and there was no security guard in his seat. The scanners were blocked off. And I just think it's interesting the number of times I noticed that when you have meetings with you, you make sure you have special protection and security. But when it's just the community, you kind of shut the scanners off and put them in the corner. And that's kind of the feeling we're getting from you on many topics. So the confusion scheduling this meeting tonight, I think we can do better than that. Listening to the firm speak about what we want for a new superintendent, trust, empathy, listening to the students, all the things. How are you even capable of picking that person when you don't even meet the criteria yourself? You're going to hire somebody, and you already have, you couldn't even be hired for the job yourself because you don't meet the criteria. And you sit here, you're just going to make us keep doing this? So every board meeting until you're removed is going to become a signing session for anybody in the community that would like to join us in removing you. We're going to take signatures. We've got the documents, and we're starting that process to remove you since you're not smart enough to remove yourself. So, you know, $3 million for your report in 2 years that you and Dan helped set that up. We could have had it done right away for free, but you guys drag your feet and you try to keep protecting yourselves. And, you know, we've got a whole team of people now that are documenting what you're doing, and it's not okay with us. It's not okay with this community. And the icing on the cake for me was the student walkout. Oakland County Emergency Services dispatched a team, incident number 230040471, to 745 North Oxford Road. When that team that was dispatched, and they did their job, they showed up. Vicki, you had them told that if they didn't leave, they would be arrested. Okay, that team was specifically put in place to support the children. Why would you do that? You think you're smarter than the emergency services of our entire county? So you're just your rogue operation, and you're using our law enforcement officers to send people away out of the parking lot that were commissioned to be there? I think you guys are way out of your league. I think you got major problems. I'll be shocked if half of you aren't in handcuffs before this is all over. Because it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. It's the things that you're doing and the way you're going out of your way to mess with this community. We aren't taking it. So you go ahead and keep sitting there. We're going to start collecting signatures, and we're going to iron this out because our kids deserve it. And they're watching. And, you know, the more people we talk to, I keep trying to find people that are willing to defend you. I can't find any. So, you know, wherever they're at, I know, you know. Do you think you're doing a good job? Could you just get up and leave right now, and we'll let everything slide? You're not going to do that. You're going to keep forcing yourself in our faces. I mean, the last meeting, listening to the entire room talk to you people, and you just sit there just like you are right now. I watch you when you're listening to the firms talk and present. You got this kindness on your face, and they talk about children and love for children. But when your own students were sitting in front of you, you looked like you would choke them if you could get away with it. What's wrong with you? You don't know? Okay, so I think you all need a psychological evaluation, and I think the new superintendent also needs a psychological evaluation because something's going on here, and we're going to keep chipping away at it. And again, I'm just trying to figure out, where do you get your confidence? It's you against the entire community. We are 100% united against you.
Corey Vanderkay. All right, so Tate, Hannah, Madison, and Justin did not die for you to have a second chance at doing your job. You were here, part of the board, not keeping the superintendent or the administration accountable. So again, I'm asking for public accountability. We can't trust the district until there's public accountability. The district was responsible for keeping Madison, Tate, Justin, Hannah, and all the other OHS survivors and students safe and secure, but failed to do so. The district needs to stop acting like the tragedy was a random, unavoidable event. It was preventable, especially if staff would have followed the district's policies and used the district's threat assessment form that was available on the district's website. There were significant failures and negligence. You're part of that, Mary. You're part of that, Heather. Everyone involved, directly involved, needs to resign immediately. And then, only then, can some healing begin to happen. So again, I'm going to ask for the resignation of board members, Ms. Hanser and Ms. Schaefer, because you were on the board before and after November 30th when concerns were raised to the board about the district's threat assessment policies, guidelines, and practices, whether they were followed. No cabinet-level administrator has accepted responsibility for ensuring that the district's threat assessment policy was being implemented correctly, and that caused a serious breakdown. You need to resign out of respect. It's just out of respect. Just, you need to resign. I don't understand why you're still here. I'm not sure what you think you're bringing to the board that is so important that you can't resign, just out of respect for these families and for the survivors. I'll end it there.
Melissa Williams.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? All right. I am page 379 of the guidepost report. I introduce myself to you this way because for almost 2 years now, that's what I feel myself, my former colleagues, and this board have been reduced to. Our actions on and around November 30th. Did we do what so many of you in this room thinks that we should have done, as that day is reflected upon with the benefit of hindsight? The memory of that day will haunt me forever. The video footage of what that evil did to our students is forever ingrained in my memory. I will not be a part in giving that evil any more of what he wanted, and that includes unrelenting chaos and divide in our community. I have been an active member of the Oxford School parent community since my now senior started kindergarten. After moving to Oxford, I decided that the best way to meet people was to jump into volunteering at our schools, and that decision has shaped my life's journey for the last 12 years, and that's what brings me here tonight. Heather Schaefer was a regular face at our PTO meetings, always helping, always filling the needs, always willing to give herself without anything in return. She has had a heart for serving this community since I met her, which is why she ran for school board. She saw a need and she filled it. Now I watch her at these board meetings being verbally abused week after week. She remains being beat down and broken. She stays when others turned tail and ran. You will find the same community first mentality from Mary, who spent years supporting our robotics team, and Colleen, who serves at St. Joseph's Church, Erin, who gives hours of her time to OJW, Mike, who has been volunteering at school functions for as long as I have known him. These board members do not sit here for the sake of power or glory. For God's sakes, the abuse that they take week after week without being able to defend themselves is sickening. From how I see it, their job is to approve policy and financial decisions on behalf of the community, not implement them. That responsibility is left to our district administration and its leadership. It would be unreasonable to assume that after a policy is approved that the board then micromanages our district leadership to confirm its implementation. That is simply not how it works. The board approved a threat assessment policy and with good faith in our district leadership at the time assumed that it would have been implemented. For that reason, I do not call for the resignation of any board members. In 2017, I started working at the high school in the counseling office. I worked side by side with Sean Hopkins. He was by far the hardest working, most dedicated counselor in the office. He did not care what caseload a student fell under. If they were in need, he would help. He is a soft-spoken man who has a heart of gold and a heart for students. After returning to school, after the COVID lockdowns, the instances of suicide ideation among our student population had increased substantially. That was the environment that consumed us, and that was what staff had been on high alert for. Sean Hopkins is a son, a husband, a father. He is a human. As an employee, Sean Hopkins worked within the guidelines and policies provided by that district administration. For that reason, I do not call for his resignation. In 2019, I took the administrative assistant position to the principal. I worked directly with Steve Wolf. During that time, he led OHS through COVID lockdowns, online learning, the unpopular state mandated policies like contact tracing, quarantines, and masking. Mr. Wolf was our rock on November 30th, and every day after. He provided leadership to a staff that were all victims of a mass shooting, all while being a victim to himself. He led with integrity and honor. As an employee, Mr. Wolf worked within the guidelines and policies set forth by that administration, and for that reason, I do not call for his resignation. I ask you to join me in taking this fight to where it will make the most difference. I call on the Michigan Board of Education to initiate a comprehensive threat assessment policy requirement for all K-12 schools, as well as public colleges and universities. There is a desperate need in this regard, and we need to act now to prevent another tragedy like the one that we have endured. Let's move beyond the hate and the vitriol and work to make a difference that could save future lives. And I'll close by saying this. There is not a day that goes by that I do not think about Hannah, Madison, Tate, or Justin. I believe the best way to truly honor them and remember them is to lead with love, just as they did. These 4 kids were extraordinary in every way. Each one of them were kind, funny, intelligent, respectful, talented, and loving. I am choosing to lead with love, to honor them and the way they lived their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Sarah Taylor.
Hi, my name is Sarah Taylor, and I want you to listen to me as I speak my mind and what I have to say. But based on your refusal for our pleas for help before the 30th, I doubt that's possible for you guys to do. I want to start by saying in 2 days, I will have to relive my worst nightmare. A nightmare that was completely avoidable by someone just doing their job. It'll be 2 years since I went home and cried to my family, asking if it was all a dream, asking them to tell me it wasn't real, and that everyone was okay. But I knew it was too real because it was right in front of me on the news, shooting at Oxford High School. So I want you to look at me and tell me that my opinion means nothing to you, because clearly it means nothing. I'm curious, is my face good enough to be next? I'm an Oxford High School graduate of the class of 22. You might be asking yourself, why is she speaking if she's not in high school anymore? Well, this is why. I went to school one day, a normal day for me, but I felt guilty walking in those doors. I walked in and I had a heavy gut feeling that something would go terribly wrong that day. I pushed it aside just like you guys have done to us. But anyways, I pushed it aside and ignored it. I thought it was nerves for a big test that day. I later found out my gut was right. It was far worse than a test. In a way, it was a test that day, a test of surviving. I went about my day with that terrible feeling, hoping it would go away, but it never did. And then when that time came, I thought this had to be a joke. There is no way my school, Oxford High School, a safe place, is getting shot up. But as the shots got closer and those screams of those kids got louder and louder, I quickly realized it was all too real. I fortunately was able to lock down in my classroom, but some kids weren't so lucky. I locked myself in the classroom without any full awareness of what was going on. Word of the shooting got out so fast, but how come we weren't notified as soon as it happened, as soon as those first shots were fired? We should have been informed and locked down. No, we weren't though. I remember being told afterwards when I was met at gunpoint by police officers to watch where we step, but don't look down. Well, me being me, I looked down. I looked down that hallway, and I wish I didn't. The things I saw replay every single day in my head. Those are things I never should have experienced. I should never had to text my parents or anyone in that matter to tell them that I love them and that I might not see them again. And the only reason I had to do that was because you failed us as a school system, and you keep failing us day in and day out. You claim there was no signs, you claim there was nothing you could do, but if you did your protocols and you looked in that bag, or you did what you were supposed to do, this could have been avoided. I wouldn't have to be here speaking today, but since you failed to do your job, here I am, spending my afternoon fighting for justice for my friends and fellow classmates who were brutally murdered a couple doors down from me. I should be out with my friends who are sitting right behind me having fun. I should be living my teenage life, but instead I'm here speaking in honor of them. Because you failed them, you failed me, you failed their parents, and you failed every single person in that building, and you continue to fail us every single day. The blood of those kids are now on your hands. No matter how hard you wash or you scrub your hands, their blood will not come off and will never come off. You as the school system failed us that day. You ignored our cries for help and our worries and told us we were being dramatic and just to go back to class. You continue to ignore us as if we are invisible, but I'm here to tell you we are not invisible and we refuse to be silent any longer. I'm speaking for the ones we lost, for Hannah, for Tate, for Justin, for Madison. But I'm also speaking for the ones who are still with us. For Aiden, for Kylie, for Phoebe, for Eli, for John, for Miss Darnell, and for Riley. Those are the people who were shot. Their lives and the students who were lucky enough to escape without getting shot are still left traumatized because you failed as a system. You failed us as kids. We had our teenage years ripped away from us because you couldn't handle doing your job. If you can't handle doing your job, then please let someone who can and actually cares for us do it for us. I'm sure you can get hired flipping burgers or something like that if you're that lucky. So today you heard my story and their names, and I'm here to make sure you never forget their names and the trauma you caused us. That was completely avoidable if you just did your job. I would be able to be living my life without the fear of will this ever happen again. Could I end up being the next to be buried? I want to be a kid, but because of your actions, that's not possible anymore.
Thank you, Sarah. Callie Rasner.
so this is the best you could do. This from all the facilities we have here. It's cold, echoey, the lighting is terrible. For people who are vision impaired, this is terrible. Terrible room. All the money we have in our district, and this is the best room we have. So, as a crisis expert here, I can say what's happening here is inexcusable. It's selfish, it's cruel. You are a distraction. You are costing this district money. You're taking money away from the education of these kids for your security and for these long meetings and all of this distraction. You're causing trauma. You serve no useful purpose here. If you left, their trauma would be mitigated. They wouldn't have to look at you. They wouldn't have to know that the people who did this to them are still in control of the district. And I'm ashamed that somebody would come up here and defend people who were negligent. When you control a school, when you're a teacher, when you have a license, when you have a responsibility and you fail to do your job, inconvenient things happen to you. We expect it, right? It's called accountability, right? Whether they're a family member or a father, they need accountability. That's what we expect. And for someone to come up here and defend that is kind of outrageous to me, and it's further traumatizing these kids. It shouldn't have to be happening. You should be gone. And this business can be back to school, and we can work on the recovery services that these kids need and move forward. You're causing a complete stop and going backwards. This has become a police state. I walk in here today, and I go through the scanner, and I'm told to put my stuff on the table, and then I'm told to go back to the scanner, and I have to wait in line. And then I come back through, only to find that the person at the table has emptied my purse on the table and is going through my clipboard. That is not legal. You do understand, I do have constitutional rights. Nobody asked for me, my consent, to go through my purse and take everything out. I have ID in there that's confidential that she should not have seen. I want an NDA signed, right? You didn't have authority to do it, and I want this addressed. This is what the kids are going through. I'm at your school because I got called in the parking lot, causing no harm. Prior arrangement, showing ID, and I am approached by a swarm of vehicles and told that I have to leave the property. And then I'm told, and I have the videotape, that it's private property. Hey guys, this is a public school, this is public property, okay? And your own policies. The Board of Education recognizes that the school facilities belong to the school community, right? School visitors. The Board of Education welcomes and encourages visits to the school by parents and residents of the community. Well, I live in the community. Okay? And then we have a policy for student disorders and for, protests and things like that. And I remember a protest in May of 2022, and I've got the stuff on here, where hundreds of kids, go into the gymnasium, and then they're escorted out with staff and all of this, right? This happened, right? Parking lot wasn't shut down, people weren't being thrown out then. Here's a picture of hundreds of kids and adults and strangers on the football field with these students. Right, here we are, more of it. Strangers, here's a picture in the newspaper of a stranger gawking through the fence well within the parking lot watching this along with a whole row of people. They weren't kicked off the property. Why is that? Because you approve their message. But you're not going to approve the message of children who are standing up and telling you there's an issue, they need help, and you're not providing it. Instead, you block the people who were specially called in to help them. Every one of these students should have a crisis trauma specialist ready for them out the door. Have you prepared for that? You know they're speaking. You should be prepared. So I was told that you weren't going to be prepared that day, and anything that happened off the school property, there'd be no services. So services were called in. And you kicked us off the property. We weren't going to give services on your property. We were servicing kids who were outside the property who you said would not be serviced. I see therapy dogs in here, in this. I see all kinds of services being provided to these kids for their protest. But the one request that these parents had, and you denied it to them? And made it more traumatic and more stressful? And you've got bylaws, and it says that these are your board member ethics, that you remember that your first and greatest concern is for the educational welfare of the students. You're not doing that. And you're supposed to employ the best qualified people to serve and insist on a regular, impartial evaluation. You have people that are named in report as being extremely neglectful, and they're still employed. These are your rules. These are all your rules. You shall do it. You shall do it. You shall investigate. You shall do this. And here you sit 2 years later, nobody's accountable. You're still on the board. You're still causing trauma. We've submitted a complaint because you're not doing your job. It says you have to. So we submitted a complaint, and then you left before we could give you the page after page of community members who also signed that complaint. Your 30-day clock is ticking on the complaint. Are you going to do your job? Are you going to stop hurting the kids? Don't leave before I can give you the signatures.
Thank you, Kelly. Morgan, I don't have a last name. Oh, Morgan Gillum?
Yes, today it is. Hi,
That is your last name though, right?
Gillum.
Yes.
Yes. My name is Elizabeth. My daughter is Giselle, whom you already know, is a junior at OHS and spoke tonight as well. I have incredible admiration for her bravery. I have not approached the microphone on this topic till now for personal reasons. But I love the students so intensely, and because of this love, I am here speaking for one of these precious ones, Morgan Maxwell. Before I do that, I'd like to make a short statement in response to the comments from Ms. Williams. I do not support personal insults or character defamation, and I agree that love wins and we need unity and healing in our community. But I'd like to use the analogy of a lovely, kind woman driving through a neighborhood full of playing children. This lovely, kind woman is speeding. She inadvertently runs over and kills a child. Do we dismiss the consequences for her involuntary manslaughter because she is a lovely, kind woman? No. Neither do we dismiss the negligence of the lovely, kind folks who sadly neglected their duties and children died. So no, I don't support personal attacks, only justice. Morgan is a senior at Oxford High School. Because this topic is so heavy and difficult and the mental strain, she has chosen not to be here this evening and has asked me to read her words because it's important for you to hear. So as difficult as this is for me and for all of us to continue, it must be done, and thank you for listening. 728 days ago, my life was changed. In 2 days, it will be the 2-year anniversary of Hannah, Tate, Madison, and Justin being killed in the building for which you were responsible. How does that feel? I'm sure you are hurting as well, as some of you had kids there that day. Through the hurt, one thing that you all should be feeling is guilt, because you are guilty. Not for pulling the trigger that ended the lives of our 4 angels and permanently scarred 7 others, but guilty for failing to implement and enforce the policies that would have prevented this tragedy. Today, I struggled to get out of my bed because I had a dream that somehow another person got a gun into my school and was chasing me. I woke up when he shot me in the face. Do you know what was done to make me feel at least a little more safe today? She believes absolutely nothing. No, I had to take notes for math and write a research paper and make sure I stayed caught up because it's almost impossible to get caught up after falling behind. Every day I flinch at loud noises and start to panic at kids laughing in the hallways because sometimes the laugh is a little high-pitched and it almost sounds like a scream. Someone will bump into a locker and I am left sitting in my seat wondering if that was a gunshot and they were about to storm into my room. What would I do? Hide under a desk, run to the window, throw my pre-calc notes at them? I will never feel normal again. All my friends are in Oxford except one of my best friends, Raven. Raven and I have been friends since the 6th grade where we met at Frankenmuth Middle School. They have been as understanding and amazing about the 30th as they could be, but sometimes people say things they can't control. I go to a lot of their family events, and of course, once people find out what school I go to, they have a million questions. I do my very best to try and put myself in their shoes. I would have questions, but I really can't understand when people ask, so how did it feel to almost die? Or did you know any of the kids killed personally? Both of those things were asked to me at a baby shower. I quickly became the center of attention and felt like a freak who was there for people's amusement. While I don't think that was their intention, that does change the fact that I felt so alone and isolated in a room full of people. I have come to realize this is how it is in any situation in which people who are not in Oxford know I go to school here. It is a very lonely feeling, and I'm sure I'm not the only person from Oxford who feels this way. The reality of it, though, is no one should have to feel that way. My perspective of the world and how I interact with others is different now. I notice little things in certain situations that a normal, non-mass shooting survivor would not take into account. Through everything, the thing I've learned most is how to deal with the reality that my life will not be like a normal person. I am 17 years old and was 15 728 days ago when my life changed. I am no longer a child, but a survivor. I guess I have the board to thank for that. So, Heather Schaefer and Mary Hanser, you are the only members left from the board responsible for November 30th. The others did the respectable thing by resigning. Now it's your turn. Especially after finding out what was in the report and the things clearly identified as the failures of the board, now every day you sit in your position is an insult to the students and the victims. Thank you for listening.
Christina Johnson.
My husband and I are Oxford alumni, and now we are raising 5 Oxford Wildcats. We had 2 in the high school that day. Oxford is our home. I am a mother of a child that has received 2 victim rights packets from the state of Michigan by the age of 17 years old. The first one was received 7 years ago when my child was deeply wounded by someone who was trusted to love, protect, and keep them safe. Though I didn't lose a child, I have had to endure a pain that no parent should ever have to experience. I've had 7 years to process and heal, but not a day goes by that I do not think about it. Some wounds become part of you that way. Putting purpose to my pain, I approached the school board in late 2020 to speak about Aaron's Law, a Michigan law that was passed that requires schools to teach age-appropriate body safety education. Because of Aaron's Law, hundreds of child abuse cases across our nation have now been brought to light. The board listened to my speech and they acted on it, and now Oxford too is part of the solution. 2 members remain from the board that I spoke to in 2020. Mary and Heather. I know Mary and Heather care deeply about this community. They've navigated the worst years our community has ever seen. They've stayed to be part of the solution, even enduring ridicule for doing so. Not many people have the strength to do that. I've watched as they were verbally abused and personally insulted at the board meetings, even threatened to be physically removed from the room. And that is what I am not okay with. That is not the community I grew up in. It's not the community I live in. And that is not the witness I am giving my children. We can disagree on what should have been done, what has been done, what will be done, but dehumanizing one another is not the answer. Looking back on the time when it was my child was hurt, I've realized though anger and hatred was part of my journey, it was not the part that brought peace and healing. As a community, I challenge us all to give space for the anger, the pain, and the hurt, but in a way that recognizes the dignity in all of us. That's the piece that's been missing. On the early morning of November 30th, 2021, I sat in a chapel not far from here, and I read the day's devotion. It was taken from John 1:5, as it reads, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Darkness did overcome 4 shining lights that day, but I believe this devotion was meant to be read that day as it stands as a promise that darkness can never push out the light. It only takes one candle to dispel a room filled with darkness. But what darkness doesn't account for is love. It is not our anger that will change anything, but our love, because it is the only thing in this world that cannot fail. It's eternal. I can't watch a rainy football game without thinking of Tate, or pass the bowling alley and not think of Justin. When I see the dahlias bloom at the farm I work at, I think of Hannah. When I see a painting or see a girl with unique fashion, I think of Madison. Our 4 shining lights will always shine because of their love. And our love for them will outlast any lasting darkness on this community. It is the key to our healing. Love is patient. Love is kind.
Thank you. Eric Barnett.
Good evening. November 30th is a day that we're not going to forget, any of us in the Oxford community. I could stand up here and spend 3 minutes telling you things that you guys have heard for the last 2 years. I have a daughter that was at Oxford High School that day. The text I got and texted with her for 45 minutes till I knew she was outside of the school is something I wish on not even my worst enemy. Those of you that are on the board now and prior, you guys have been through torture, verbally, emotionally, everything. I don't know how you guys can take it. If I was in your shoes, I would have quit a long time ago. So I give you guys props. I give you guys credit for all that you've done. Throughout all of the stuff that I have seen, watched, heard over the last 2 years at the board meetings, there's 3 words that I find that are missing: respect, grace, and mercy. As adults, we are to set the example for our kids and for others in community on how to be respectful. Through that, we can hopefully show grace and most of all, mercy. John chapter 8 from the Bible talks about when Jesus was talking to the woman who had been accused of adultery, and there was a mob that was calling for her to be stoned. That was the legal punishment for her for that crime. Jesus knelt down in the sand, started to write, and he looked at him and he said, "Those of you that are without sin can cast the first stone." Not one person threw that stone. None of us in this room, none of us in this community are perfect. We all have our faults. That means none of us has a position to call for resignations, to call for hurt, to slander people, to physically try and threaten them. Nothing. We need to, as a community, come together to heal, and the only way we can do it, as has been said this evening, is through love and respect. We have to come together. That means adults set the example for the kids. The kids can also set the example for us. My wife and I have trained our children to love and respect people. We do it to the best of our ability. Do my kids do it 100% of the time? No. But you know what? I can send them to school and know that they're going to treat people with respect the majority of the time. I encourage each and every one in the community to do that. And to the board members, I want to thank you for all that you have done and put up with for the last 2 years. Thank you.
That concludes our unscheduled public comment. Thank you to everybody who participated. Item 10 on the agenda goes over our scheduled activities. Dr. Markovich, any administrative clarification? Okay, final board comments?
I think, it would be remiss to not say that the 30th is 2 days away, and that there is a couple emails that I think went out, at least for the parent community, and those for the community, they'll probably be posted on Facebook about the silence, and then the moment of silence, and then of course the luminaries you can get from the Resiliency Center to light up Oxford. Again, I know a lot of the students were coming home with them.
Erin, I just need to make one clarification. The Resiliency Center is not passing out the luminaries this year. They're in all of our school buildings, and we're passing them out with students and children. If there's a community member that wants one, and they could go to the school nearest to them and ask for one. Resiliency Center is doing other things.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.